Good morning. It is 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, the manhunt is underway for the killer who shot conservative influencer Charlie Kirk at a university event yesterday in Utah. So far, 2 people have been detained and then released. One of them is George Zinn. He was later released and charged with obstruction by Utah Valley University Police. Now, the second suspect is Zachariah Quershi. He was taken into custody and then released after interrogation with law enforcement. Meantime, Utah County Public Safety issued this description of the person they're looking for. This is courtesy of Broadcastify.
Going to be wearing all black, black long gun, black tactical helmet, a black mask, possibly wearing a tactical vest and jeans.
Investigators believe the attack was targeted and that shooter is believed to have fired a round from the roof of a building, perhaps about 100 yards away. There were about 3,000 people attending that event. 6 Utah Valley University officers were assigned, and Charlie Kirk reportedly had his own security staff as well. Meantime, the assistant dean of students at Middle Tennessee State University has been fired for comments she allegedly made about Charlie Kirk on Facebook. The firing came at the urging of Senator Marsha Blackburn. Laura Sash Lightsey reportedly said she had zero sympathy for Kirk following his death, calling him Old Charlie. In a statement, the university said the comments undermined the university's credibility and reputation. To another incident of political violence aimed at conservatives. Opening statements are set to begin this morning in the case of the man accused of attempting to assassinate President Trump.
Nearly 1 year ago to the day, Ryan Ruth was arrested after prosecutors say he hid in the bushes of Donald Trump's golf course with a rifle in hand to try to shoot the then presidential nominee. This morning, he's due to defend himself in his own criminal trial, having dismissed his own lawyers earlier this year. Federal prosecutors and Ruth spent the last 3 days trying to finalize a jury, and that group of 12 Floridians will now determine if Ruth is guilty of trying to kill the president. From Fort Pierce, Florida, Peter Haralambous, ABC News.
Market Numbers Now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Michelle Franzen.
The Dow was down most of the day following the latest wholesale inflation report. The S&P and NASDAQ were eyeing records, then took a brief turn after the shooting of Charlie Kirk in Utah. The Dow lost 220 points. The S&P added 19. The NASDAQ gained 14 points. Investors hoping for an interest rate cut at the next Federal Reserve meeting were dismayed by the Producer Price Index, which showed that prices at the wholesale level dropped 0.1% last month compared to the month before. That drop is welcome news to shoppers, though. The S&P and NASDAQ were buoyed most of the day by Oracle after the Texas-based tech company revealed that its artificial intelligence demand is growing. The CEO announced 4 multi-billion-dollar contracts in its latest quarter and a huge jump in its cloud infrastructure revenue. Shares of the buy now, pay later company Klarna jumped 30% after the company's debut on Wall Street. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
We've got stock futures all pointing up this morning with the Dow futures up 51, NASDAQ futures gaining 41. And the S&P futures, they're up 8 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, the majors are looking okay, but we do have an accident in Priest Park this morning. It's at Bell Road and Ned Shelton Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.507, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And, I wish I could say that it was a good morning, but obviously we have a lot to talk about. I want to say this first off, Joan and Sam. I have never been more motivated to continue the message of Charlie Kirk than I am right now.
Absolutely.
I have been, and I'm not going to dwell on the negative today, but I've been watching the left and their reaction to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And I'm so proud of Matt Murphy. I'm so proud of Greg Gutfeld. I'm so proud of Laura Ingraham. I'm so proud of the conservatives that I've been watching and listening to for years. Because our message is one of hope. Our message is one of love. And our message is one of inspiration and a love for America and the Constitution. And that is what Charlie Kirk stood for. And so what happened yesterday, I think for a lot of people, Greg Gutfeld, and I've got a ton of audio, but one of the things that Greg Gutfeld said was that it takes a lot basically to wake up conservatives. But I will say this, and this is with all due respect to Greg Gutfeld, but that would imply that we've been asleep, and we have not been. And it's voices and people like Charlie Kirk that have kept us motivated, and they have taught us an awful lot. I mean, Charlie Kirk was a lot younger than me, but I learned a lot from him. And I'm going to be the first to admit that I was a relative newcomer to the teachings of Charlie Kirk. But that doesn't mean that I did not and don't have a great appreciation for what he did and what he said and what he did for America. Because if it wasn't for Charlie Kirk, I don't believe that Donald Trump would have been able to get the youth vote that we saw in 2024. If it wasn't for Charlie Kirk, I think that we would still have an entire generation, which, by the way, we still do, but we have a lot more of the younger generation that has now seen the incredible opportunity of America and conservative values. That's what Charlie Kirk did. And that's the message that the left has been trying to kill. First, they did it with Donald Trump. They tried it with Donald Trump. Then they tried it a second time. And they did kill Charlie Kirk. But they didn't kill his message. They didn't kill his videos. They didn't kill all of the things that he has been saying for years. And so what I want people to do is I want people to go out, find Charlie Kirk's videos. I found a whole bunch on TikTok. And we need to flood the socials. We need to flood the socials with the videos and the message of Charlie Kirk. That's what we need to do. Because Charlie may be gone, but his message is more important than ever. And it's important for us as conservatives. It is important for us as conservatives to be better than the other side. Because their message is one of pro-crime, pro-illegal alien, pro-abortion, all of those things. But our message is one of hope. Charlie Kirk's message is one of hope. Pro-conservative values, pro-America. And he brought, and a lot of people have been saying this, he brought such a joy to what he did. Because he went in, you've got all these folks on the left saying, oh, he was so controversial and all of these other things. You know, hate begets hate, right? There's not a hateful bone in Charlie Kirk's body when it came to these debates. That he would go on college campuses and he would debate the other side. It's just him, a microphone, and a microphone over there for a college student or anybody to come up and start debating. It was that open dialogue that the Democrats couldn't stand. And because they were losing on the ideas, because they were losing on the debate, they thought that silencing his voice would mean that they won. But they haven't won. Because I think that if we flood the socials, if we flood the zone that is social media with Charlie Kirk's videos and interviews and thoughts and ideas, that all of the important things that he stood for will continue forever. You know, it's the same thing with Rush Limbaugh. You know, Rush Limbaugh, he had incredible, amazing ideas. And Rush Limbaugh changed the lives of so many people across America. Well, Charlie Kirk, I believe, is this generation's, the younger generation's, El Rushbo. In the sense that he did a lot of teaching. There was a lot of perspective that he was able to give to the younger generation. And one of the things, and I don't know, Joan, if you saw all of the videos from yesterday in Orem, Utah, there were thousands of people there on that college campus to see Charlie Kirk in action.
I've seen estimates of about 3,000 people.
3,000 people,
yeah,
right there on a college campus for Charlie Kirk, for that exchange of ideas. And so I woke up this morning hoping that yesterday was some nightmare, and obviously it wasn't. But one of the things that I did this morning when I woke up, and I was doing it last night as well, was really going through a lot of the videos that Charlie has done. And Joan, they're brilliant. They're inspirational. Mm-hmm. They're joyful. And they're incredible. And you know what else they are? They're timeless. And so
right.
when I say that I have never been more motivated than I am right now to spread the gospel of Charlie Kirk and conservative values. Because this attack on Charlie, it was an attack on the Constitution. It was an attack on free speech. And it was an attack on his movement, which is my movement, which is our movement as conservatives. And so in my own small little way, because I'm, just a local talk show host in Nashville, Tennessee, but in my own small way, I'm going to do my part to share as many of those videos as I possibly can. I shared a bunch this morning. I am challenging you and asking you to do the same thing. They are everywhere. Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. Follow me on Twitter. I'm at Dan Mandis Show. I've posted a whole bunch today. And I think that you, friends, you need to be as motivated as I am. Am I sad that Charlie Kirk is gone? You have no idea. But at the same time, we've got a job to do. The other side is trying to kill our movement by killing Charlie Kirk. And I said so many prayers for his wife and family yesterday and this morning. But at the same time, we can't let his words and his message die with the man. Because he did have incredible things to say. He did have a love of America. And a lot of these folks on the left, I don't believe that they will ever see the joy that Charlie Kirk saw and felt in the freedom of speech and debate and America. The people that are out there celebrating, and Joan, you and I talked about it before the show, the people that are out there celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk will never know the actual pure joy that Charlie Kirk had in expressing his freedom of speech and his freedom of ideas. And that's what we need to celebrate this morning. That's what we need to celebrate moving forward. Because again, his ideas, Joan, they were timeless.
Yep.
How are you feeling today, Joan? And I'm going to ask you, Sam, the same thing.
Just overwhelmed with sadness. When I think about his family, his wife, Erica, and their 2 kids, you know, they were there yesterday when this happened. And I recently watched, I watched this segment when it happened, but I recently rewatched it, a segment with Charlie Kirk on the set of Fox News, and his wife brings the kids in and his daughter sees him and she runs at him full force and slams into him and he picks her up. And I think of, she's so young and the boy is even younger. They're not going to know who he is and the joy he brought and how much he loved them. Holy cow, you know?
Yeah. This is how Charlie Kirk wanted to be remembered. By the way, I have audio, I have video to all the audio. Watch us on YouTube. And this is Charlie Kirk. And how do you want to be remembered? Is my audio up? Audio's up. Okay. And
how do you want to be remembered?
I mean, if I die?
Everything just goes away. How would you, if you could be associated with one thing, how would you want to be remembered?
I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith in my life.
How do you want to be?
I mean, you want to talk about a guy whose spiritual bags were packed? That's Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother called me, woke me up. I run home taking a nap from class, and just the shock in his voice of something like this proves something he and I have been talking about for a while when it comes to incitement, when it comes to word choice, when it comes to how people go about presenting the other side of a story. It validated it in the worst way. It was a time when you don't want to be right about what your instincts were telling you. And I'm heartbroken for his wife, for his kids. I had to have a conversation with my wife, and, you know, I want to say to Allison and to Rich, thank you for those emails yesterday. But that shell shock made it hit closer to home, that people would put someone like Dan, someone like Chris, someone like Chad, Joan, Ken, Matt in their crosshairs because they couldn't tolerate the words coming out of their mouth. No political power, no authority to make any laws, just exercising the right that this nation was founded through and expressing his thoughts and beliefs through free speech.
Free speech is our Constitution, our way of life for us, our way that we make a living, and it's our mission. And yeah, there's been some, and all I'm going to say about it is there's been some internal conversations about us. But I think when it comes to free speech and what Charlie Kirk had to say and his message, I just think that this is something that we cannot lose. We cannot lose sight of the message. And luckily, we do live in the age of social media, and there are things that we can do to make sure that the memory and the message of Charlie Kirk will be forever heard. And we're talking about his kids, and we're talking about his wife. And I think that part of the beauty of where we are in society today, there's a lot of ugly in society today. There is a lot of ugly in society today. We saw that with the celebration of Charlie Kirk's death. But one of the things that I think that we need to take note of is that the movement that is the conservative movement that Charlie Kirk reinforced, I think that we are more motivated and more united and stronger than ever. And that's how I feel this morning.
You know, my younger son called me last night in tears, like all three of my children, of course, they're of the same age as Charlie Kirk. And they were all very, very moved by what happened. But my one son said, Mom, the name that he chose was Turning Point. And at the conclusion of his life, this is the turning point for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we need to pivot and to be out there and to be even more vocal and active and mirroring how he brought conservatism and faith. It was all, Charlie Kirk was all about, the center of it all was his faith. And so, you know, everything he did pointed back to Christ. And so that's the mirror that, my son talked about being for Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. One of the things that I want to make sure that I do today is, again, we will point out the absurdity and the stupidity of people on the left because it deserves to be pointed out. But I think also today is a celebration of Charlie Kirk. And there's going to be a lot of folks out there today that are going to say, oh, society is lost and all of these other things. And I understand that. But I will point you to last night, Yankee Stadium in New York. And if you're watching on Super Talk TV, you can see on that massive scoreboard in center field, there's a terrific picture of Charlie Kirk, and it says, Remembering Charlie Kirk. At Yankee Stadium in New York, friends.
Yeah.
That's class.
Yeah.
That is absolute class. And so make no mistake, there's a lot of a-holes out there that are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. And Charlie Kirk would say that's their right to free speech. If that's what they want to do, then that's what they're going to do. And that is their right as long as they're not, calling for violence or anything. But Charlie Kirk would be the first guy to say they're allowed to say whatever it is that they want to say. That is the essence of what Charlie Kirk was, aside from a husband and a father. But that's what Charlie Kirk was. It was all about free speech. So let's not lose sight of a couple of things. And by the way, let's take the phones off hold, Sam, because I do want to take your phone calls today. 615-737-9986. Because I think that as a community of conservatives, I do want to hear from you today. I feel like I feel like I've got some healing to do today. I know Joan does as well. Sam, you are closer to the age of Charlie Kirk than Joan and I.
He was 2 years older than me.
So I think for you, this, I don't know, perhaps may hit a little bit harder, maybe close to home. I'm not sure. But I feel like this is a conversation that we as conservatives should have together. And so the phone number is 615-737-9986. I'm not going to let the insidious and moronic comments of people who are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, I'm not going to let that drown out the amazing things that Charlie Kirk had to say, the incredible life that Charlie Kirk led, and what he did for America. So that's going to be the focus of the radio show today. Whew.
It's a tough one today.
Joan, I'm not going to lie. That was a tough monologue.
Yeah.
But this is something we got to get through. And I got to tell you that, and I'm going to play an excerpt from Matt Murphy's show yesterday. He took a call that I think was incredible. And so we are going to highlight some of what we heard yesterday on Murphy's show as well. The phone number, 615-737-9986. And again, today we are celebrating everything that Charlie Kirk said, what Charlie Kirk did, and what Charlie Kirk represented right here on Nashville's Morning News. On Super Talk, it is 526. Jones got the news coming up at 5:30.
Yeah, we'll bring you even more coverage of the death of Charlie Kirk and the aftermath and what's happening today. Also, this is the day that we remember 9/11. You know, it's been 24 years, and we'll tell you where you can join others in remembrance today. We've got those stories and more coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. Now 5:31. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and flags are flying at half staff across the country today in honor of Charlie Kirk, shot and killed while taking questions at a college in Utah yesterday. It was a single shot. It sent thousands of people running for cover, including those who were up close and watched as that shooting unfolded.
You just hear the gunshot and I'm sorry. You just see his neck just open up and there's just so much blood that just came out. It was horrible.
Now, vigils were held across the country last night. Politicians, faith leaders, and activists alike condemning political violence. Police and the FBI are still searching this morning for his killer. In Simi Valley, California, a scheduled conversation and book signing with conservative commentator Ben Shapiro was canceled at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. The foundation calling it a mark of respect for Charlie Kirk. Still, a large crowd gathered outside, leaving flowers and notes praising Charlie Kirk as a wise and fair and passionate leader who welcomed open dialogue and spoke of God's wisdom daily. Well, this is the day also that the nation remembers the events of 9/11. The Rutherford County Sheriff's Office is hosting a remembrance ceremony. It begins at 9 o'clock this morning at the 9/11 Memorial on New Salem Highway in Murfreesboro. The community is invited to honor those who were lost in the terror attacks, the emergency responders who rushed in, and the military members who went to war in the years after that event. Again, that begins at 9 o'clock this morning. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We are spending the day today between 5 and 9, and we are remembering and celebrating the life and times and the words and the thoughts of Charlie Kirk. And I'm going to take some calls here in a minute. I want this show to have a number of different elements. Number one, my commentary, Joan's commentary, Sam's commentary, your commentary as well. And I'm heartened to see I got a lot of phone calls. I'm going to get your phone calls in a second. But I also want to play audio of Charlie Kirk and play video of Charlie Kirk and what he stood for. And one of the things that he stood for was empathy. And I know that people on the left are going to be like, the hate listeners, he would say anything to get a rise and blah, blah, blah. No, he was actually very empathetic. And I've got a conversation to prove it. You can find this on my X feed at Dan Mandis Show. And this is Charlie Kirk at one of his, many, many events. And he's talking to somebody who says that he is a transgender male. And this is how that conversation went.
I just want to say I'm a transgender male. What age should kids be able to get things like hormone therapy? Because I don't know what's true, what's not.
Tell me, are you comfortable telling me your story?
I've known that since like 3rd grade, and I'm currently 19, almost 20. I've known basically since then. I didn't start going by like a different name until 7th and 8th grade. I just don't know, like, with the whole medical stuff, like what's true, what's not, what's.
And one of the things that she's saying, she's talking about her journey, and Charlie Kirk is just listening intently. And I want you to pay attention to the empathy that he has.
Helpful, because I've heard so many different opinions.
First of all, thank you so much for that.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm going to have an opinion that very few people will ever tell you, which is I want you to be very cautious putting drugs into your system in the pursuit of changing your body. Mm-hmm. I instead encourage you to work on what's going on in your brain first. I think what you need first and foremost is just a diagnosis. Mm-hmm. Just someone that is going to listen to what you've gone through, listen to what else is going on. My prayer for you, and again, very few people will say this, I actually want to see you be comfortable in how you were born.
Yeah.
I know that you might not feel that way, but I think that is something that you can achieve. I think that with the right team and the right people, you don't have to wage war on your body. You can learn to love your body.
I mean, I love that message. I absolutely, and you can hear the empathy and the sympathy in his voice. Mike is on line 1 on WTN. Mike, thanks for calling in from the borough. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, it was appalling. I couldn't believe the news when we heard it yesterday, but it's like I spoke to my wife yesterday. It's like, how have we as a society reduced ourselves to have zero empathy for human life? And what do we need to do to get that back? Is it the loss of faith? Is it the loss of family? It's disgusting.
Mike, what I would say to you is this, and I appreciate the call. A lot of people are saying, we as a society, like what Mike just did, we as a society, and how have we lost empathy, and is it a loss of faith? Mike, not everyone has lost empathy, and not everyone has lost faith. I haven't, and you haven't, and Charlie Kirk didn't. I mean, you could say that 1/2 of America, roughly, has lost faith and lost empathy. But on our side, on the Charlie Kirk side, on the side of faith, freedom, and Constitution, we have not lost faith, or at least I have not lost faith. Am I sad by Charlie Kirk and his assassination? I am devastated by what happened yesterday. Absolutely devastated. But at the same time, we have to continue to honor his memory by not losing faith and by preaching what he preached and highlighting the things that he stood for. Our side, Mike, and anybody else who is listening, I have not lost faith, and I am motivated, as I said when I came on board. I am more motivated than ever before now to continue to do what I do. We've got an event tonight. And I had quite a few people reach out to me and basically said, are you going to go to the event? Absolutely, I'm going to the event because I'm not going to let that side win. I'm not going to cower in fear, and I'm going to do whatever it is that I want to do. And one of the things that I feel like I need to continue to do is spreading the message of Charlie Kirk. So I'm sad, but I have not lost faith. And when we talk about how society has gone to hell in a handbasket, one side of society has gone to hell in a handbasket. Our side of society is trying to save the other side.
And notice how we're not going to come out and burn buildings down over it. We're not going to incite more violence over this. We're going to grieve, we're going to mourn, and we're going to carry his message forward.
Absolutely, Sam. That's right. This is Ryan, also calling from Murfreesboro. Ryan, thanks for calling in.
Good morning, Dan, Joan, Sam. God bless you guys, and I hope everything goes well tonight. My emotions are all over the place with this. I'm angry, but it's a kind of anger it feels different, and I can only relate this kind of emotion to the first time that I saw the George Floyd incident. And although the George Floyd scenario and the storyline took a turn, the first time you saw that video, I think as a nation, as a world, it felt different. You watched it and you knew that this was going to be something. And I feel that way about this. And I know you're saying that society as a whole, but to be observing this and feeling these emotions on today of all days, 9/11,
yes,
just goes to show how far we are as a society. Left versus right, out the window, doesn't matter, but coming together as a society to put these things aside, to better everyone. It shows how far we are from not only 9/11, but how far we still have to go. And so I'm angry, but I'm scared. I'm 33. I've got 3 kids, 5 and under, and I'm worried about the world I have to raise them in. Thank you, guys.
Ryan, let me give you some advice. And you're not asking for my advice, but I'm going to give it anyway because it's my show. You're raising 3 kids. And it is incredibly important, as you know, that you raise them with the ideals of conservatism, and that is what Charlie Kirk preached. Charlie had a couple of young kids of his own, obviously. And I think that we all can do what we can to take care of our own. And so in your case, Ryan, that means that you instill those values in your kids. You be strong for your kids. You teach them, the ways of the Bible and the Constitution and our rights. I think that when we take care of our own, then your grandkids, Ryan, will have the same values as you are instilling in your kids. And I think that right now, with all of the videos and all of the audio that is out there of Charlie Kirk and other conservatives, and your conservative voice, Ryan, talking to your kids about everything that is going on in this world today and instilling the values that you want instilled into your kids will make them strong, and it'll help them withstand what is going on in the world around them. Does that make sense?
It does, yes.
All right. Thanks, Ryan, for the call. I very much appreciate it. And let's not forget, it is 9/11. 24 years ago, planes flying into buildings in the Pentagon. And that is, of course, another day, 24 years ago, where we saw incredible bravery, incredible heroes going into burning buildings to save Americans and do everything that they could to try to help people who were helpless, going towards the danger. And that is exactly what people did yesterday in Orem, Utah, after Charlie Kirk was shot. And so we can also, of course, lose sight of what happened 24 years ago as well. Joan, is there anything going on in traffic? Do we need to stop down for traffic?
No, we don't.
All right, let's say hello to, and by the way, Joan and Sam, you guys pop in too. Whenever you guys want, because, we're a family here on the morning show. This is Charles in Nashville on WTN. Hey, Charles, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. I think that I have a question and a statement, but my first thing is a statement. And what I want to say is that I watched, and I'm more in the center, but I read a lot of Facebook posts, and a lot of my friends or people I grew up with are very liberal. And I don't recall but one or two out of maybe 25 people that celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. And it brought me into my mind, those were the same type of people that would have celebrated the assassination of MLK or RFK or anybody that was standing up for what they believed in. And I don't think it's good that we use terms like left, right, and I've heard on your show and other shows today that you guys are using that as if the whole group on the left is the enemy and they're all celebrating this, which I think is untrue, and I think that brings the temperature up. And my question to you guys is this. Do you think that this is part of the fruit from the poisonous tree when books and things like that are banned, and now people feel like in our country that it's okay to silence voices that we disagree with?
Are you so, Charles? Hey, Charles.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So
Okay,
are you trying to compare the murder of a human being, a father and a husband, to banning books? I'm just gonna I'm not gonna debate the whole banning books thing, but I know that you wouldn't be comparing those two.
No, not at all. Not at all. What I'm saying is that when there are those crazy individuals out there in our society that may equate the two, and then you get, individual idiots that go out and do crazy, heinous things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I was saying. But, you guys keep doing what you're doing. I appreciate it, and I'll keep listening. Thank you.
All right, Charles, thank you very much. I appreciate it. As far as the whole, and I'm just air quoting here, the left versus the right, whatever, we can't throw the disclaimer out every single time. Not everyone on the left or not everyone. I'm not going to bother with that. But his bigger point, and it's appreciated, is that, and I think I did say this earlier, which is there are some idiots out there that are clearly on the left celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. I don't know, Joan, you're on the socials far more than I am as far as TikTok and some of these other places. Mm-hmm. Have you seen any introspection? And I'm sure that it's out there. I'm going to tell you. Somebody told me that, Sam, can you look up, somebody told me Barack Obama put out a post yesterday. So let's just highlight what Obama said. I will tell you that the governor for Illinois, JB Pritzker, he came out, and I've got some audio from him, where he is basically blaming Charlie Kirk for the assassination because he was so... as Pritzker says, he's controversial.
I saw actually too many posts on social media yesterday taking that same theory. And also, I mean, you don't have to go far. There are so many people, and I'm actually seeing it from ABC News. ABC News frames Charlie Kirk as, and I'll give you the exact quote. I'm not going to play it because I refuse to give this person the ability to have this spoken about. But he said Kirk made inflammatory remarks about Jewish, gay, and black people.
ABC said that?
ABC.
I thought he was pretty pro-Israel.
How about, here you go, I'll pull it down, but listen.
Kirk made inflammatory remarks about Jewish, gay, and black people. He slammed DEI and fiercely defended gun rights.
I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. Sure.
He championed conservative Christian values for families, including marriage and home ownership. He grew up outside Chicago, lived in Arizona. He leaves behind a wife and 2 young children.
There you go.
So Charlie Kirk would be the first one to tell you that the Second Amendment is I mean, obviously critical to our way of life as conservatives. So I think that this, for a lot of the members of the media, they see this whole audio bite of Charlie Kirk as sort of a gotcha.
Oh,
Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yes, they
But
do. Yep.
they don't get it. And that's fine that they don't get it. They're not part of our culture. So no, they don't get it. But Charlie Kirk would be the first one to tell you that our Second Amendment right is absolutely crucial, as is our First Amendment right. And he was all about that. So to our friends on the left, that's not a gotcha moment. So just quit trying.
You know, if gun laws had any effectiveness on gun violence, maybe, because people are saying it's ironic. They're being real disgusting about it. And to what you asked about Barack Obama's tweet, it's way too copy paper. It's just so
Copy
plain.
and paste?
Yeah, we don't know
Obligatory.
yet.
Obligatory would be the word.
We don't know yet what motivated this person. Yes, we do, Barack.
Okay.
That's how he opens it, and that's where he loses me. If that's what we don't know what motivated this person to assassinate a commentator in front of thousands of people.
I mean, my 2 cents on this is, and I said this earlier, the left is losing the argument. I mean, that's the thing. Most issues today, the left is losing the argument on. And Charlie Kirk was a living, breathing embodiment of that, because all the time, on all the videos, college campuses across the country, there was Charlie Kirk defeating their arguments day after day after day after day. They couldn't beat him in the arena of ideas, and so they took him out. But again, remember, my ask of you is go find videos of Charlie Kirk. I want you to share them. I want to flood social media with his ideas, because that way his incredible message lives on. I want to take one more call real quick. I know I'm running late. Judy, real quick. Lynchburg on WTN. Hi, Judy.
Good morning. And my heart goes out to you, because I am devastated too. But I want to share something with you. My niece called me from Indiana crying yesterday because of this. And to comfort her, I told her that, first of all, that remember, all things work together for good to them that love God, but we can't even comprehend that today. I said, do you remember Phyllis Schlafly, the early conservative leader?
Yes.
Okay. Phyllis had a leader, had a follower from Columbia, Alice Allgood, who told us something that inspired me so it will never leave me. And it's what Charlie Kirk lived for. She said to live for something worth dying for, and be willing to die for something worth living for. If you can wrap yourself around that.
I can, Judy, and I appreciate the call very much. Wow. Sam, did I see a tear coming out of your eyes?
Oh yeah,
I did. I saw it, Joan. I'm trying really hard.
It's hard to get through a newscast.
It is.
You know?
It is.
Thank you for that, Judy.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah.
And here's the deal. I mean, I never met Charlie Kirk. Sam, Joan, I mean, you guys never met Charlie Kirk, as far as I know. But you felt like you know him, and we share so much in value with him and how important he was to the conservative movement, and he still is important to the conservative movement. Now, our friend Chris Hand knew Charlie Kirk very well. And that is going to be some radio, because I think that our friend Chris is going through it today.
Oh, for sure.
And yesterday. All right, we got to go. 5:56 WTN.
6 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and the search continues this morning for the assassin who took the life of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Fox News' CB Cotton.
We're told the shots were fired from a building about 200 yards away. Now that massive manhunt is underway for the suspect, with investigators going door to door to people who live in the area to review surveillance video. Right now, this is the only description of the killer that we have.
Going to be wearing all black, black long gun, black tactical helmet, a black mask, possibly wearing a tactical vest and jeans.
And the FBI is making a plea on social media to the broader community. Anyone with photos or videos, send it to the agency.
And Utah state and federal agencies, including the FBI, are co-leading the investigation they are calling a targeted attack. Charlie Kirk and his wife Erica were both scheduled to speak at an event at World Outreach Church in Murfreesboro next weekend. The Culture and Christianity Conference. Pastor Alan Jackson releasing a statement on X last night calling Kirk a bold truth teller, brother in Christ, and friend. MTSU's assistant dean of students fired for her Facebook comments about Charlie Kirk yesterday. Laura Sash Lightly posted this quote, "Looks like old Charlie spoke his fate into existence. Hate begets hate, zero sympathy," unquote. The university announced her firing last night.
You know who called that out on social media?
Who?
Matthew Hurt.
And Marsha Blackburn did as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Matthew's going to join us coming up next.
Excellent. Love that. Well, on this day, marking 24 years since 9/11, ABC News is looking at how some people are forever connected to the event and how they're moving forward with the help of their passions. ABC's Danny New has one person's story.
Born and raised New Yorker Myrna Gashar Jordan is working to honor all of the victims, including her late husband, Rob. She last spoke with him on the phone while he was working on the 92nd floor of the South Tower.
He said, I'll call you when I find out if we're evacuating. And we said our goodbyes, the I love you.
At her local library, Myrna has been fundraising to build what will be called the Never Forget 9/11 Memorial. She wants it to be a place to reflect and learn, especially for the younger generations.
Now, Clarksville Fire and Rescue is hosting a ceremony to honor the lives lost in the terror attack. That'll begin this morning at 9:30 at the headquarters on Franklin Street. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We've got Dow futures up 80 right now. NASDAQ futures gaining 69. S&P futures are up 13 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a mess for you on 24 this morning. Now, if you're traveling 24 up to 40 at the westbound lanes, you've got Elm Hill Overpass, the Elm Hill Pike Overpass. It's an overheight load, so 3 left lanes are blocked as that load is stuck under an overpass this morning. Got a crash involving injuries, Old Hickory Boulevard, east of Zermatt Avenue. Also, Glencliff, 24 westbound at Briley Parkway, south exit 54. 2 right lanes blocked off there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN on this Thursday, September 11th. Good morning to you, and there's so much obviously to talk about with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. There's a lot of bad people. If I wanted to go down the road and spend 4 hours talking about all the bad people that are out there saying horrible things about Charlie Kirk, oh, I could. But this morning, what I'm asking you to do is go to your social media, find videos of Charlie Kirk, and flood the socials with his teachings. Flood the socials with his message. Because I think that is what is so incredibly important and critical to the future, not only of the conservative movement, but also, I believe, the future of America. And so that's part of what I'm doing. I put out a post yesterday on X. I put out one of my favorite Charlie Kirk videos, and it was about religion. And there's so many amazing videos out there of Charlie Kirk. And not to redo the 5 o'clock hour, but I'm just telling you where I am this morning. I was incredibly sad, obviously, but also incredibly motivated. Incredibly motivated to continue to share what Charlie Kirk said about America, about our Constitution, and about conservative values. I am motivated, really motivated, to get his message out. Matthew Hurt is going to join us in a second. I do want to play this piece of audio. It's a video as well. Charlie Kirk, the spiritual battle in America. Listen.
Spiritual battle is coming to the West. And the enemies are wokeism or Marxism combining with Islamism to go after what we call the American way of life. And the American way of life is very simple. I want to be able to get married, buy a home, have kids, allow them to ride their bike till the sun goes down, send them to a good school, have a low-crime neighborhood, not to have my kid be taught the lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school, while also not having them have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. That's important. We want the American way of life, which is, by the way, Christendom. Christians, our sacrifice, our toil, our vision, the outgrowth of the scriptures gave us Western civilization. And this is where I think is a great rallying cry. Doesn't matter if you're Hispanic, doesn't matter if you're Asian, doesn't matter if you're black or white. Everybody, if you are Christian and Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, these 2 threats are combining forces to come after us. And it's time that the church stands and rises up against it.
Yep. That is Charlie Kirk, and just the internet and the socials are so full of great moments with Charlie Kirk. And that's kind of, Matthew Hurt, what I'm trying to focus on today is what Charlie Kirk meant to our movement in the 5 o'clock hour. One of the things that I said was the assassination of Charlie Kirk really is an assassination on free speech. It is the attempted assassination of our conservative movement. But I think that his message is going to live on because it's timeless.
Well, Dan, what a lot of your listeners may not know is that when Charlie was 18 years old, he had this vision to start a nationwide youth movement. I work full-time at a place called Leadership Institute, and when Charlie was 18, he came and met with our founder and president, Morton Blackwell, to learn how to organize conservative students on campus and in their communities. He spent an entire day just learning the ways, the ins and outs of organizing, and then launched Turning Point USA to become a force on college campuses. I went to Middle Tennessee State University. I was an activist. I had a radio show. I wrote for the newspaper. I was in student government. And it was activists like me who looked for leaders like Charlie Kirk, who, when I was sitting in a political science class and my professor said something I knew to be untrue, students needed that courage. And for more than a decade, Charlie went to college campuses to argue, to listen, and to create a place for discourse and dialogue. One of the videos that I saw last night as I was doom scrolling in the wake of all of this is Charlie explaining to a liberal on campus why he was there. And he said, when we fail to communicate with people, that's how we dehumanize, and that is a pathway that we don't want to go down. And so to hear, I was in the office yesterday, and a good third of our staff work on college campuses, and just the heartbreak in the office and the sadness. I went to a networking event last night in D.C., and it was just the same. So many people who have been moved by Charlie's activism, who've been impacted by it. I can tell you there are thousands of young people who come to Washington, D.C., who got their start at Turning Point, who got their start because they saw Charlie in a video on YouTube or social media, and it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to see that this is how far the discourse for some has gone to lead to the tragic death of Charlie.
When you talk about reaching the younger generation, to me, the younger generation, right, like in the 20s and teenagers, I do believe that Charlie's message was indeed timeless, and I don't believe that his message will die with him. And I think that's what I am encouraging people to do is find your favorite Charlie Kirk video. And if you don't have one, go out and find one and just flood the socials. I think that Charlie Kirk's message is more important right now than ever before.
Absolutely. And I was talking with some current staff at Turning Point last night. Of course, they're incredibly shaken, but they had the same message. You go out and do these things and raise awareness. Charlie was edgy. He was confrontational, but he asked tough questions, and he gave everyone a platform. Any of the videos of like what the American Comeback Tour was going to be, where Charlie is sitting on campus and allowing a platform for anyone to ask him anything, and then to navigate that discussion and that discourse. There is nobody else on campus like that. And if our university campuses are supposed to be a haven for free speech, a haven for dialogue and discourse, a haven for the marketplace of ideas, Charlie was the only representative in many instances, certainly on the right, but definitely on the left, across the political spectrum, who was creating those instances where people could disagree without being disagreeable, who could seek truth in a series of questions or a conversation and walk away and not hate one another. And so this is it is heartbreaking, the news yesterday out of Utah, and we've seen now on social media the comments from those who would cheer on this kind of political violence. It's really terrible.
It is, and I think the tent that Charlie Kirk was in when he was assassinated, it said, "Prove me wrong." Well, they couldn't prove him wrong, so they took him out. But again, his message will live on. Matthew Hurt is joining us. Matthew, coming up, I got to do the traffic. We got a problem, I think, at 24. But coming up, we are going to talk about that MTSU, I guess it was an assistant dean that said something horrendous on the socials. And we're going to talk about that and your part in getting Laura Sosh Lightsey fired. Details straight ahead. Time to check the roads on WTN.
So we have some.
Today, partly sunny and a high of 95. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Matthew Hurt is joining us. And Matthew, you worked in the same industry, if you will, with Charlie Kirk, in the sense that you both are trying to find young conservative leaders and folks who can carry on the message. MTSU, I guess, was she an assistant dean, Laura Sosh Lightsey? And she posted on the socials, looks like old Charlie spoke his fate into existence. Hate begets hate, zero sympathy. Well, you saw that on the socials because you went to school at MTSU.
Yeah, I went to school at MTSU, graduated in 2009. I had a lot of on-campus interaction with Laura Sosh-Lightsey. She was an administrator for a long time at MTSU until last night at about 11 p.m. And we were friends on Facebook. I really, when I was at MTSU, I was friends with my liberal political science professors. I was friends with administrators, and so had been Facebook friends with her since college. And for years, she's posted sort of wacky left-wing views. And I saw that one last night, and it really pushed me over the edge and, raised awareness for it. This is someone in the role that she occupied until about 11:15 last night. She was working directly with students. Now imagine, there's a Turning Point chapter at Middle Tennessee State University.
Yep.
Imagine you were a student and a member of that Turning Point chapter, and you have an issue and you need to go to an administrator, and this is the administrator you go to, and this administrator basically applauds the death of somebody that you agree with. And so it was so frustrating to me. I tweeted it, I think, at about 7:30 p.m. or 8 p.m. And just in the span of a few hours, I mean, Senator Blackburn, Tim Burchett this morning, Congressman Tim Burchett, half of the General Assembly, both House members and senators, and it really took off. And I think it spoke to just how it exposed the intolerance of the left. And personified it on a college campus. Now, I dealt with that for 4 years at MTSU. I dealt with the left-wing professors and this kind of pushback. But I'd never seen something like that. Like as a student at MTSU, I felt comfortable going to liberal professors, liberal political science professors, and having a disagreement with them. The tone and the tenor changed in the post that she made on Facebook yesterday, and then she doubled down on it. And then all of a sudden, the post vanished, and then MTSU released a statement, I think, just after 11 Central Time, that she was no longer with them. But it is, I can't imagine what it would be like to be a conservative student at MTSU, particularly a member of Turning Point, and have to go to an administrator with an issue, knowing that this is the kind of disdain that some administrators have for conservative students on campus.
Yeah, Matthew Dowd over there at MSNBC, he said something as well, accusing Charlie Kirk of hate speech. I'm not going to play that audio right now because I know that my time with you is limited. I do want to play for you very quickly. Matthew Hurt is joining us. This is what Greg Gutfeld said during the 5 yesterday on Fox News.
Thoughts and prayers for his family. They need it from all of us. And Jesse's right. If they could do this, they are capable of anything. I think that was the message. I believe that was the message. It's really hard to radicalize Republicans.
Yeah.
It's like we're not the radical type. But if you thought that you were going to shut a movement down, you're going to get a rude awakening. You woke us the fuck up.
So that is Greg Gutfeld talking about the radicalization of conservatives. And I got to tell you, Matthew, and people are going to get tired of hearing me say this today, but I've never in years, 40 years of spoken word radio, have I ever felt more motivated to spread the word of conservatism and specifically Charlie Kirk. So I think that Gutfeld has a point there.
Yeah, he's got a point, and I think I know we're short on time. The one thing that I really want to drive home is Charlie was a husband and a father, 2 young children.
Yep.
And this is just, I'm getting worked up about it just thinking about it all over again. This is a turning point in American political discourse that the left has embraced, and Greg Gutfeld is right. I don't think they know what they've gotten themselves into.
Matthew, always great to have you on, and I love that you have a personal connection with Charlie Kirk. And just real quickly, like 30 seconds, tell me what he was like when you met him many years ago.
Yeah, just a bright and energetic and enthusiastic. He cared about these principles. He wanted to do something about it. He knew the importance of American greatness and of our founding, and he dove headfirst into that. He created a nationwide network of young people, and I have never seen in all my travels on college campuses, Turning Point USA chapters are the place where I've seen Bernie Sanders supporters come and say, you know what, I thought I was a leftist and now I'm not. Yeah. And they've given a home to people who feel ostracized on college campuses. The legacy of Charlie Kirk and of Turning Point is truly one that will reorient America toward its greatness. And I think it is more important than ever that individuals continue that mission on campus and in our communities.
Matthew Hurt, thank you for all you do for spreading the gospel of conservatism. I know that part of your gig is looking for those young leaders within the conservative movement. And I very much, and I know the audience also appreciates what you do and what you stand for every single day. And that's why I love having you on. It is 6:23 on Nashville's Morning News. Now, you heard Matthew talk about Congressman Tim Burchett. He is actually going to be with us at 6:36 right here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. He's got some thoughts, he does, on what happened yesterday in the House of Representatives when they tried to have a moment of, I don't think it was a moment of silence, it was a spoken prayer is what they wanted to do for Charlie Kirk. And there were people, believe it or not, on the left, the Democrats, who screamed no. We'll talk to Congressman Tim Burchett about that and a whole bunch of other stuff coming up. But right now, though, Joan has the news at 6:30. Joan, what you got?
Yeah, we got an update on the search for Charlie Kirk's killer. That's coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. It is coming up on 6:24. Dan Mandis here for the Glock store. Listen, the Glock store is my two-way store. You folks know that I am a big two-way supporter. I own guns, I carry guns, but owning and carrying, they're just not enough. You've got to be trained in how to use them as well. And training is more than just renting a lane, because once you learn to hold your breath and squeeze the trigger until it goes bang and put a hole in a piece of paper, you've done all you're ever going to do in a lane range. And if you do it 50, 500, even 5,000 times, you're just doing the same thing over and over again. But look, that is not training. Training is what you get at the Glock store. In their Shoot 270 indoor shooting rooms, personalized training from accomplished instructors, engaging multiple targets at varying distances, drawing from concealment again and again until you no longer have to think about how, but when. Owning a gun, friends, is a responsibility. Learning how to use it is a necessity, and knowing where to train, well, that's easy. Go to shoot270.com. It's the Glock store. Shoot270.com. Make an appointment, fill out the waiver, and let the training begin. It's what I did. It's what Matt did. It's what Chris did. It's what you ought to do as well. The Shoot 270 indoor ranges only at the Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Dan Mandis here, 628 on Nashville's Morning News. United Structural Systems. Listen, I've been telling you for years about USS. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a great company. They've helped me several times with my home. That is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. Now, I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers. And listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says United Structural Systems, USS, they were highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own. And he does give United Structural Systems 5 stars all the way. Now, they're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you won't pay a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. And they can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, foundation repair as well. We guarantee our best. Call USS. That website, real quick, at USSTN.com. Coming up, we have Congressman Tim Burchett, and looking forward to that coming up after the news right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, now 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Let's get an update on the search for Charlie Kirk's killer.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Sherry Preston. There's an urgent search underway for whoever shot and killed conservative activist Charlie Kirk as he rallied young voters on the campus of Utah Valley University. ABC Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas.
Authorities are canvassing for surveillance footage, talking to witnesses about what they saw, asking for any video they may have recorded.
Those who were nearby saw Kirk fall to the ground after that single shot rang out.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to describe it again, but it was pretty traumatizing, pretty terrible. What happened, just an overall sad situation.
Kirk shot once in the neck, his killing described as an assassination by Utah's governor. House Speaker Mike Johnson on the increase in threats nationwide.
We need every political figure, we need everyone who has a platform to say this loudly and clearly. We can settle disagreements and disputes in a civil manner, and political violence must be called out, and it has to stop.
This is ABC News.
Now, there is some other news today. A student who opened fire at his Colorado high school yesterday has died after turning the gun on himself. 2 other students were wounded, both in critical condition. And a pedestrian has been critically injured in a hit and run overnight here in Nashville. This happened at 4th Avenue and Korean Veterans Boulevard about 3:20 this morning. The pedestrian was reportedly walking in the crosswalk. Police are searching for a dark blue SUV that drove away from the scene of the crash. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
6:31 on WTN. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. Listen, you can skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home quickly with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. No showings, no open houses, and no stress. You know, Mark Spain Real Estate, through that guaranteed offer, they sell more than 38 homes every single day, making them the most experienced real estate team in America. You can trust them to sell your home hassle-free and with the strongest cash offer in the industry. They've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years, and they have served over 72,000 satisfied clients. So check them out, Mark Spain Real Estate, and get your guaranteed offer today. There's no obligation. The phone number to call, 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Find them online anytime. It is markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. It's markspain.com and start packing.
All right, 24 is quite a mess this morning. You've got an accident on 24 westbound at Briley Parkway South, exit 54, and there are 2 right lanes blocked off by it this morning. When I look at my map, I see nothing but giant backup on 24. Also, a big problem this morning is that after the merge with 40 on 40 westbound at Elm Hill Pike overpass, there is a truck stuck under the overpass, too tall to get underneath, and some debris on the roadway. That's taking out 3 left lanes. Got a crash involving injuries on Old Hickory Boulevard in Nashville. This is east of Zermatt Avenue. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Congressman Tim Burchett is standing by. I want to play some audio, though, real quick to set this up, because yesterday in the House of Representatives, Congressman Lauren Boebert called for a moment of prayer, and this was the reaction from the Democrats in the room when they start screaming no.
Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order.
Well, there wasn't a lot of order. Tim Burchett, Congressman Tim Burchett joins us. Congressman, were you in the room when all that went down, where Lauren Boebert asked for a moment of prayer and the Democrats said no?
Sure. She was sitting back there with me on Center's Row, as I call it. Yeah, she had, we just had a moment of silence, a silent prayer or whatever, and she asked for a moment of, asked if we could just pray out loud. But what she said was, what you didn't hear at all was, pray for Charlie Kirk, his family, and those kids in Colorado, I believe it was.
Yes.
And they started screaming over her, and they're like, "What about the people in Colorado?" And she said, "I just said that. Y'all yelled over me, you know." And then Luna came in, and she's pretty close. She's pretty close to Charlie, and she got mad and started yelling at them. They were yelling back. It just went back and forth. So it's just the Democrats do not, I mean, they hate everything we stand for. You know, that picture of Charlie with his wife and 2 little kids, that's what they hate. You know, he never raised his voice. He never talked about violence. He never talked about taking it to the streets, and which Democrat leaders have. You know, they've talked about getting in our face, push us back, and doing all this stuff, you know, and they just couldn't handle him. And because he struck a nerve. And, you know, you saw it at MTSU yesterday, one of the assistant dean ended up getting canned, which, you know, probably would not have happened if folks had not called it to the administration's attention. These colleges and universities, that's why Charlie went there because that's where we're losing our country. We give them this unlimited amount of money, and yet we put no strings on it. But when the left wants to come in and use pronouns and say there's 5 genders or what have you, and they talk down democracy and capitalism and things like that, you know, we allow it because it's free speech. But when one of us gets up to speak our opinion, which has been the norm for hundreds of years, it's called hate speech. And folks, we better wake up. We better wake up because we are losing our country, and this is just indicative of more to come because the left has had a free reign of this. This is not the first thing Steve Scalise was shot out on a baseball field, and a bunch of others were shot. And the guy who shot him had a list that said, his Republican hunting list or something like that. And it took the FBI 5 years after they had to be embarrassed to come out and say, oh, that was a politically motivated attack or terrorism or what have you. Look, we're losing this battle, and we better get in the game.
Congressman, let me ask you, one of the themes that I've got this morning is obviously I'm devastated for Charlie Kirk. I'm devastated for his family. And you've got a massive social media imprint. And part of what I'm asking people to do is find their favorite Charlie Kirk video and share it. Because what I want to do is ensure that his message doesn't die with the man. And so I think that is something that conservatives really do need to do. And part of my question, do you see, based on the uproar over the Democrats' behavior yesterday in the House of Representatives, these people far better than I do, obviously. Do you see them, maybe this becoming a turning point for the Democrats, maybe some introspection, like maybe we've taken this too far?
No, I do not, because they are so far to the left. I watched some of them yesterday just gleefully walking around and just whispering and giggling amongst themselves. And I read people pretty well. No, they're just, that's a trap. And one thing I want to correct you, I do not feel sorry for Charlie Kirk right now. I know he's a Christian. He's a Bible-believing Christian. I know he is more alive right now than he has ever been. But back to your original point, no, they are so far off the ledge. This is not coming back. We got to realize that. We got to, it's the George W. Bush thing, when he did the No Child Left Behind with Teddy Kennedy. And, we're going to work with the Democrats. And they ate his lunch. We still haven't recovered from some of that. We're in the majority. Let's start acting like it. Let's quit this compromise talk. The American public put us in office to do something. Let's do it. I'm so sick and tired of, let's play fair. Let's do this. Let's follow the rules, dadgummit. Yeah, let's do that. But let's win. Let's do what the American public sent us to do. And we just constantly, we just can't get out from under ourselves. Yesterday, I remember the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act. We put $600 million in there more for Ukraine. And Trump said he didn't even want it. And they said they put it in there for Trump. And nobody asked a question. Look, folks, we're losing this battle top to bottom. Where we got to gain it back is in our public universities and our colleges. We've got to demand more. It's our tax dollars. I'll be at the University of Tennessee this weekend, and all my legislator buddies will be there, and they'll be up there schmoozing in the skybox, and I get it. I'll be up there with them too, probably at some point. But at some point, we got to demand more from these folks. This is our college. This is our future. It is more than a football game. It is the future of our country. It is the young minds that they are molding. And when they keep hiring these people that are so far to the left, and then they come back and say, well, they have a right to their public opinion. Yeah, they do, until they say something conservative, and then you're on their ass. The problem is that they get it, and we don't. They get it. All they got to do is fire one person, and then we go home and claim, look what we did, look what we did. And the reality is it is so embedded in these colleges and universities, the cultural war that we're having right now is beyond belief. I hope people will wake up and start demanding more from their legislators, from us, me, and all elected officials and our colleges and universities, because we're losing this battle, folks, and we better wake up.
Congressman, I hate to do this. We got a big problem on 24, so I've got to ask you to hold. I've got a couple more questions real quick.
Great.
All right, time to check the... All right, cool. Thank you. It's 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. As far as your weather goes, today, partly sunny, warm, a high of 90, feeling like 95. Congressman Tim Burchett joining us on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So one of the things that I opened up with, Congressman, this morning is I actually feel more motivated than ever to spread the word of Charlie Kirk. And we talked about that briefly when we opened up this interview. I know you're saying that we're losing the battle in the colleges. I totally get that. I understand that. So how can we, and one of my things that I would say is it all starts at home with our own kids, but how can conservatives begin to turn things around? My suggestion is to, again, just go on the socials and share as much as you can the message of Charlie Kirk. But I understand what you're saying. We're losing the battle. We've got great organizations out there that are trying to turn our kids around, like Turning Point USA. So what can parents do? What can Tennesseans do to try to turn that tide? Is he there? I don't hear him. Is he up?
There we go.
There you are. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I think it's important for parents to do some parenting, to interject themselves in their kids' lives, ask what's going on in the classroom, talk about what's in those textbooks, maybe look over their shoulder occasionally at what they're studying, and discuss with what they're doing, and reinforce with them their values before they leave every day. I mean, my parents used to pray with us, and it didn't hurt us one bit. And I think that a lot of times we expect kids are going to go off to school and become liberals and then straighten out, and that just doesn't happen. I remember I was in a classroom when Reagan was in the White House, and I used to stand up and defend him in the classroom, and nobody would say anything. Nobody. I thought, man, I'm all alone out here. And a couple of kids would come up to me and say, man, I really appreciate you saying something. I was just, because I feel like you do, and a lot of us do. And it's just they get shouted down so much, and I just feel like we have got to reinforce that at home. We have got to reinforce that at home. And if colleges and universities tell you they have diversity, ask them how many Republicans are in their sociology department.
Yeah, they're
and we got and listen, we got to quit bringing in these people that are coming down here to save us poor Southerners. Okay?
Yeah,
we can handle our own, and it's an arrogance that's involved there that you see, and I see it, and and I get it. They pat you on the head and give you a tour of all the great stuff and show you all the cool stuff, and then and then you're constantly getting covered up with emails from. I can remember during the income tax, and when we were fighting it, and Marsha Blackburn was so good about fighting that thing early on. And I can remember most of my emails were coming from University of Tennessee professors because it had the UTK stamp on it, and it was during office hours, and that should have been called out. And it wasn't by our leadership. And now because they didn't want to offend anybody at the university. But we've got to get after it. We've got to get after it in all corners. And I agree with you. The last conversation I had with Charlie was the night of the big beautiful bill. He called me, and because I hadn't voted yet, I was working on a couple of votes, and I needed to leave my vote open. And I talked to the president, and we were working it out with a couple of members, and it worked out as it turned out. And as you know, the bill ended up passing. And Charlie was like, and he understood strategy, and he understood the long game, and he said, "Oh, I get it. Okay, I'm sorry." And then I said, and he said, "We'll get together sometime." And of course, now we can't. Yeah. But anyway.
Well, Congressman, you're always great to come on with us. I very much appreciate it, and you're right. We as conservatives have a lot of work to do, and as I said, I am very motivated to continue to preach what Charlie Kirk represented, and I'm going to continue to do that. And please, if you would, if I can humbly ask, because you got a huge social media presence, Congressman, find your favorite Charlie Kirk video, your favorite message, and post it to the socials, because you do have a massive following on social media. And I think that if we all do the same thing, which is spread the great word of Charlie Kirk, we can continue to make the difference that he certainly did. And I appreciate you joining us here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 6:50 on Super Talk 99.7, Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan, what's coming up?
Yeah, we'll tell you what one former FBI agent has to say about what's going to happen on the campus today where Charlie Kirk was killed yesterday as they continue to search for his killer. That's coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, by the way, coming up after 7, I've got the Oval Office message from Donald Trump on the murder of Charlie Kirk. So that is coming up after the news at 7 right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. You know, Vision for Life, they are celebrating 20 years of 2020. Since 2005, Dr. Jeff Horn has provided thousands of patients 20/20 or better vision. Dr. Horn's expertise and dedication have made him a leader in cataract, LASIK, and other vision correction surgeries. Dr. Horn's commitment to providing the best possible patient experience, in addition to the most advanced technologies in vision correction, has made Vision for Life one of the premier vision correction centers in the world. Now, as you know by now, this is where I turn to for my vision correction surgeries. Dr. Horn and his staff there at Vision for Life, they were amazing. And I got to tell you, I've never been happier with a surgery or procedure than with my friends at Vision for Life. Help them celebrate 20 years of providing 20/20 vision by scheduling your consultation today. 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. Visit visionforlife.com. Coming up, Donald Trump's Oval Office address. It was touching on the murder of Charlie Kirk. And how did Charlie Kirk want to be remembered? And in the 7 o'clock hour, your calls as well. It is all straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. Are you trapped in a high-rate mortgage, watching your hard-earned money vanish every single month? Well, stop right now, because at Loan Pronto, they're delivering the lowest mortgage rates in 3 years. Now, Loan Pronto's rate reduction home loan program is a streamlined, low-cost way to slash your house payments by hundreds of dollars every single month. Now, you lock in a fixed rate as low as 4.99% APR with Loan Pronto, and you can close in as little as 2 weeks. No appraisal needed in most cases. Here's the kicker. You can skip your next 2 house payments entirely. So don't wait. Rates this low won't last long. Call Loan Pronto right now for your free, no-obligation quote. Loan Pronto is amazing. That phone number, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Find them online anytime, loanpronto.com, to lock in your new low rate and skip those next 2 house payments. LoanPronto.com, 615-499-5780. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Subject to lender approval, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. .656, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, Joan, a couple of things. Number one, a programming note. Chris is going to, today only, skip the 8:35, and for good reason.
Yeah.
So he is going to come out of the box at 9 o'clock after your news, about 9:05, and talk about not only, of course, Charlie Kirk, his time at Turning Point USA, Chris's time at Turning Point USA. And Chris is going to have some amazing perspective on all of that. So you want to hang tight for Chris Hand coming up a little bit later on this morning at 9:05, 9:06. Also, can you tell me, people are talking to me about I-24. Real quickly, what is going on in I-24?
So 24 westbound side, we don't. It doesn't show now on the traffic center, but I can tell you that there was an accident earlier in the Antioch area, and then once you get up on that curve onto 40 heading westbound, there is a truck that got stuck under the overpass. The railroad overpass.
Yeah.
It was a truck hauling cars that struck the overpass.
Oh, no. So it's too high?
Right. They were too high. So it's just the left lane block now. There is a bridge inspection team out there. So it's a huge mess. That's not a big wide open area anyway.
Right.
So, you're going to find a lot of problems coming in on 24 this morning.
Okay. Well, then find another way.
Yeah.
And I know that people know how to get around these kinds of things, but you're right. And somebody we've had that problem several times here in Middle Tennessee. That happened off I-65. I can't remember which overpass it was, but that also happened on I-65 a few years ago. So we'll keep you updated. Traffic and weather together right here on WTN. Coming up after the 7 o'clock news, Donald Trump and his Oval Office address on the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I want to replay this. I've got so much audio, and I want to make sure that I get it all in for the 7 and the 8 o'clock hour audience as well. Charlie Kirk was on a podcast a while ago, and they asked him, how do you want to be remembered? Listen to this.
How do you want to be remembered? I mean, if I die, everything just goes away. How would you, if you could be associated with one thing, how would you want to be remembered?
I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith in my life.
There you go. So,
yeah.
And people are remembering, not only Charlie's faith, but also his message. And when we talk about remembering Charlie Kirk for his faith, I can. People are telling me to issue like a challenge. I don't really do those kinds of challenges, but I am asking people that if you, and I asked Tim Burchett the same thing, if you've got a favorite video of Charlie Kirk, we need to flood the socials. Because you heard Tim Burchett say, you heard the congressman say that we are losing in the colleges. That's what Charlie Kirk was all about. Where are those people in the colleges? Where are those young adults in the colleges? You know where they are. They're on social media. So, folks, find your favorite Charlie Kirk video. I found mine on TikTok. And flood the socials with the messages of Charlie Kirk. That, my friends, is how we win. And that is how we continue to spread the message of Charlie Kirk. And as I've been saying all morning long, I've never been more motivated than right now to continue to spread the message of the Constitution and conservatism and God. And so that's what I'm going to continue to do. Donald Trump, amazing address from the Oval Office. That is coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. In case you missed it, we have that a truck this morning that got stuck underneath the Elm Hill Pike overpass on 40 heading westbound. It is stuck, that railroad bridge overpass there. It's stuck, and they've got a team out there inspecting it right now. It's causing just huge delays on 24 and on 40 heading into Nashville this morning. We'll keep on top of this as the morning goes on. In the news, the search continues for Charlie Kirk's killer today. FBI Director Kash Patel saying overnight, both of the people who were questioned yesterday. Former FBI agent Stuart Kaplan tells Fox News what he expects will be happening on the campus at Utah Valley University today.
You're going to see an attempt to try to locate the bullet itself, because the bullet obviously went through Charlie Kirk. It has to end up impaled somewhere. They're going to try to locate that. They're going to try to work backwards. You're going to see them out on this venue with lasers to try to set up some sort of forensic trajectory to see exactly how this person was perched, and try to then identify a profile. Was there any active threat against Charlie Kirk that, quite frankly, is not known to the public?
And he also says it's not clear if investigators have recovered the shell casing from that single bullet, and whether that shell casing has already been sent for DNA and fingerprint analysis. More questions than answers so far today. Meantime, Channel 4's Braden Ross on the youth followers of Charlie Kirk who are speaking out today, including Andrew Swafford. He's the president of the Tennessee Young Republicans.
A few years ago, I got to meet Charlie. He was a outstanding man, an outstanding Christian.
Swafford says Kirk created a movement in conservative politics, specifically for young people.
Charlie Kirk was the voice for the young conservatives in America. He made sure that we had a place to speak where we were previously told we didn't have a place to speak.
It's a movement he hopes to continue.
I hope that the Tennessee Young Republicans can live up to half the legacy that Charlie Kirk brought the conservative movement in America.
In Nashville, Braden Ross, WSMV4.
And finally, another incident of political violence aimed at conservatives. Opening statements are set to begin this morning in the case of the man accused of attempting to assassinate President Trump.
Nearly 1 year ago to the day, Ryan Ruth was arrested after prosecutors say he hid in the bushes of Donald Trump's golf course with a rifle in hand to try to shoot the then presidential nominee. This morning, he's due to defend himself in his own criminal trial, having dismissed his own lawyers earlier this year. Federal prosecutors and Ruth spent the last 3 days trying to finalize a jury, and that group of 12 Floridians will now determine if Ruth is guilty of trying to kill the president. From Fort Pierce, Florida, Peter Haralambous, ABC News.
Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Right now, Dow futures are plus 72. The NASDAQ futures gaining 69 points, and the S&P futures are up 13. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. It is 7:03 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here for the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project. This is an incredible charity that helps and supports our veterans as they transition back to civilian life after time of war. Now, you know the story. Charlie Daniels himself started this organization years ago, and it continues to do amazing work as the need for veteran support grows. Now, tonight is the big night. Matt Murphy and I are going to be out there attending their annual Patriot Awards dinner full of incredible camaraderie and appreciation for everything that our military heroes have done for our country and what you can do and we can do to give back. Now, tickets are still available for this incredible annual event. It is at the City Winery. The City Winery, and Matt is going to be broadcasting live out there from 3 to 7. If you want to find out about tickets, jhp.givesmart.com. Again, I think this is going to be my third or fourth time of attending this event. It is a great one. You won't be sorry. jhp.givesmart.com.
Okay, looks like they still have a lot of delays on 24 this morning. It is a mess all the way back from Smyrna up to Nashville. And once you get up to the area where you're approaching 40, that's really jammed up this morning. Very slow. It's all because of a truck that was hauling cars. The lift struck the overhead railroad overpass. Now it's blocking the left lane there. There's a bridge inspection team on the scene, and it's causing delays not just on 24, but also on 40 heading westbound as well. Then you've got an accident on 24, the eastbound side in Joelton. This is before Whites Creek Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and welcome on in to the third hour. I'm going to play some audio from President Trump. He had a great Oval Office address last night talking about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Later on this hour, I did this in the 5. I want to do it here in the 7. I want to take some of your calls. Congressman Tim Burchett said something, and Sam and I had a bit of a debate behind the scenes on one of the things that Congressman Burchett said, where he said that, and you can find it, we'll podcast the entire interview because he was fire as always. But one of the things that Congressman Burchett said was that we're losing at the colleges. And he's obviously talking about the indoctrination and all of those other things. But at the same time, we saw 3,000 people out there in Orem, Utah, listening to, the words, the gospel, whatever, the message of Charlie Kirk. And so while on the one hand, I do understand that the congressman does feel like we're losing at the colleges, I think that thanks to people like Charlie Kirk and his incredible foundation, people like Charlie Kirk and of course, Chris Hand, coming up at 9, he used to work for Turning Point. And so I think that we are making incredible progress, and it obviously depends on the college as well. But I shared with you a story the other day about how you have a lot of these college students from the North that are now coming to colleges here in the South because they are tired. They are tired of the attempted indoctrination. And so I think that Charlie Kirk, he was winning. I think that's why they took him out. I think that's why they wanted to silence him, is because he was winning. And if you can't beat someone, according to the Democrats, it would appear, if you can't beat someone with words and ideas and debate, then they try to take you out. They saw that. We saw that with Donald Trump. We've now seen that with Charlie Kirk as well. So the best way to honor Charlie Kirk is to continue his fight, whether it's on the college campuses, whether it is on social media, whether it's here on the radio. And I've said it 1,000 times today. I'll probably say it 1,000 more times. And that is that I truly believe that if we spread his message on the socials, if we flood the socials with as much Charlie Kirk content as we possibly can, then his message will not be silenced. But I got to ask, Sam, you're going to school. And do you believe that we are, and then I'm going to get to the Trump audio, but do you believe that we are losing at the college level?
I don't. I have to respectfully disagree with the congressman on that. I think it's a campus to campus and region to region. The Northeast, the private, what used to be the great institutions in this country at Columbia and Harvard and Princeton, those places have soured and gone completely off the rails in their radical leftism. But it's the state colleges where you still have the opportunity for this, which is where Charlie was at Utah Valley.
Yeah.
It's a public school. And 44,000 students enrolled there. 3,000 students came out to listen and see what he had to say. And I think we're fighting back and we're gaining ground.
I think we are absolutely gaining ground. It is a lot better than it used to be. I'm not being Pollyannish. I mean, I truly believe that we are making progress. In the last election, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but one of the big things about the last election, Donald Trump versus Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, was that we had a huge infusion of younger voters for Donald Trump, for conservatism. Big part of that was Charlie Kirk. And so for the Democrats, you know, they couldn't beat him. You know, Charlie Kirk used his words as weapons, and he used debate as his ammunition. And the folks on the left couldn't keep up, and so they took him out. Now, people are asking me, hey, you know, do you think this was a professional hit? Do you think that a foreign nation was involved? I don't know. Right now, today, I'm using this show to celebrate the life and the message of Charlie Kirk, and I'm trying to spread it.
Wasn't that, though, the foreign influence idea that was fronted last night by John Solomon at Just the News?
Yeah, John Solomon at Just the News. The sheriff there in Orem, Utah, was asked about foreign influence or whatever, and he said that he couldn't comment on it. So it's part of the investigation. So all of that is going to come out. We still have, obviously, Joan's been reporting this all day long. We've been talking about it. They haven't caught the person who did this yet.
On a national scale, to give you the number of what he helped do for 2024,
yep,
of the youth vote, we had 47% of it.
There you go.
Wow.
And that continued to grow.
And Charlie, I mean, you can almost pinhole that to Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
And his efforts.
Yeah, and not only in person, going to colleges across the country, but also those very videos that I'm asking you to find and spread. And I posted one last night. If you want to follow me on X, it's at Dan Manda Show. And you can also, if you want to find Charlie Kirk, he's got a great, huge number of videos on TikTok and Instagram as well. All kinds of stuff on YouTube too. So Charlie Kirk, his message is timeless. His message is infinite, and it will carry on. And I think that he has so much. It's still, of course, his messages will carry on. So much good to say, and it had to do with God, the Constitution, our rights, politics, family, religion, all of that. And so I'm going to continue to spread his message as best I can on the radio and on the socials. All right, real quick, let's check the roads on WTN. Today, partly sunny, warm, a high of 90 degrees, feeling like 95. This was Donald Trump last night from the Oval Office talking about Charlie Kirk.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain.
The president said a lot of amazing and incredible things, and he spoke about how Charlie went from college campus to college campus, engaged in respectful debate about what was going on in the world around us. And, you know, a lot of folks are saying Charlie Kirk was, you know, controversial and a lot of these other things and saying some negative things about him. I would invite those people to go watch Charlie Kirk in action. It would just be him in a booth, a massive crowd around him, and a microphone set up for people to come up and debate him. And it really was beautiful how he would go back and forth with people. And of course, Donald Trump knows that.
This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals.
Yeah, there's so many examples of that yesterday after Charlie Kirk was gunned down, the vile attacks and the nasty things that people were saying, not only about Charlie Kirk, but about conservatism as well. And one of the things, and I got to let you know what's going on, and you were telling me about this, Sam, on the YouTube feed, where a bunch of trolls have gotten in there, and I know that was an issue yesterday. And I've said this so many times, Sam and Joan, how much I appreciate the people who comment on the YouTube feed, because they got their own vibe going in there, man. And I love those people, and they're doing battle. Sam is doing best he can with the trolls that have gone into the YouTube feed. But you know what? The people in the YouTube feed, if they're, they're going toe to toe with these folks.
Good.
Yeah. And I get that Charlie encouraged open discussion and free speech. That's not what the YouTube chat is for today. And if we're going to be disrespectful, you're out of here. And everybody in the chat that has pointed out the disrespect and the hate, I appreciate you. I love it. I'm not always able to check and see. So when you point something out to me, I'm going to find it. I'm going to make sure we remove the hate today. It's not the time and place for it.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, and then I'm going to get to more Trump. But here's the deal. Those people that are popping in and to the YouTube chat and saying the nasty things that they're saying, they're not interested in debate. That's the other thing. They're not interested in debating. They're interested in just trolling and saying the nastiest of things, which just proves Charlie Kirk's point and Donald Trump's point and my point that the trolls, whether they're in our YouTube chat or they're on the socials by and large, or in Washington, D.C. and in media local and national, they don't have the goods. They can't debate. And so they look for other ways to silence our voice. And they may have silenced Charlie yesterday as far as gunning him down in a horrific assassination, but his voice will absolutely live on.
Yeah, it's just infliction of pain, and we have enough pain to deal with today.
Absolutely.
I don't think Charlie Kirk would want us to shut up right now.
No way.
I think Charlie Kirk would want us to be loud.
Well, that's we got 100,000 watts of FM radio, and I'm going to continue to do what I do, and everybody else will as well here on WTN. And I want you folks to call in coming up after the news at 7:30. Here's more Donald Trump.
This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before.
Yep.
And it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his family. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
It's President Trump. And listen, you heard it from the man himself. Charlie's voice cannot be silenced. That is why I'm asking you to share his videos online, flood the feeds so that his voice becomes more and more powerful. And I got to tell you that I believe that Charlie Kirk's work, it's not done. His work is not done, and neither is ours, and neither is yours. So let's do what we need to do to spread the good word of Charlie Kirk. He's got all kinds of videos posted on YouTube, Twitter, and, of course, Instagram and TikTok as well. And join me because I posted a whole bunch this morning. You can follow me on @DanMandisShow. If you don't know where to find these things, just repost and share what I posted this morning and yesterday, and that'll get us started. It is 7:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open, very active today, very busy morning. I haven't been as active in responding to folks, but if you want to text in, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Joan's got the news at 7:30. Joan, what do you got?
Yeah, why some believe that the person that they're looking for who assassinated Charlie Kirk is a pro. We're going to explain coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here for my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. Listen, if you've got a special occasion coming up, you need a special gift, and Brentwood Jewelry is your place to go. Now, for the lady in your life, necklaces, bracelets, rings, and earrings. For the men, money clips and cufflinks. And they've also got watches for everyone and every budget. Now, if you've got a family heirloom, maybe it's an old watch, maybe it is a watch that needs repair, maybe it's a ring that needs to be reset, Brentwood Jewelry, they can do it for you. Now, this is a great company. They've got great merchandise, terrific prices for every budget. A family-owned business that's been in Middle Tennessee for over 50 years. Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store of my house, and they are here to help you. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. It's BrentwoodJewelry.com. 729 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTNR. All right, Sam, go ahead and take the phones off hold because we are going to take your phone calls coming up next. 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. I want to hear from you. Also coming up, somebody asked me on the super text line, all right, Dan, so you're talking about how you have posted one of your favorite Charlie Kirk moments. Why don't you play it on the radio? So I will do that. Coming up, I'm also going to take your calls as well straight ahead. And that phone number is 615-737-9986 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning now, 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Have had a problem on 24 and 40 all morning long, and the delays are just growing on 24 this morning. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news here, but 24 is a huge mess. Heading up to 40, once you round that curve onto 40 this morning, watch it. There is a truck that was hauling cars, and it got stuck under the railroad overpass. It's blocking off the left lane. It would appear at that point that there's only one lane available, perhaps two, but that's also causing delays on 40 as you head westbound as well. It's going to be really hard to get into Nashville coming from those two roadways today. Flags flying at half staff now across the country in honor of Charlie Kirk, shot and killed while taking questions at a college in Utah yesterday. This was a single shot that sent thousands of people running for cover, including those who were up close and watched that shooting as it unfolded.
You just hear the gunshot and I'm sorry. You just see his neck just open up and there's just so much blood that just came out. It was horrible.
So vigils were held across the country last night. Politicians, faith leaders, and activists alike condemning political violence. Police and the FBI are still searching for his killer. In Simi Valley, California, a scheduled conversation and book signing with conservative commentator Ben Shapiro canceled at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. The foundation calling it a mark of respect for Charlie Kirk. Still, a large crowd gathered outside, leaving flowers and notes praising Charlie Kirk as a wise, fair, and passionate leader who welcomed open dialogue and also brought God's wisdom daily. Well, this is the day that the nation remembers the events of 9/11/2001, and the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office is hosting a remembrance ceremony. It'll begin at 9 o'clock this morning at the 9/11 Memorial on New Salem Highway in Murfreesboro. The community is invited to honor those who were lost in the terror attacks, the emergency responders who rushed in, and the military members who went to war in the years after that event. Again, 9 o'clock this morning right there in Murfreesboro. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. We've got stock futures all pointing up this morning. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thinking Joan, 732. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Contours. Listen, if you want to lose a couple of inches across the middle with cutting-edge red light technology, Contours is here for you. Now, right now, if you call this phone number, 615-236-9960, you can get one of their Belly Buster specials for only $99, but this is only for the first 10 callers. That phone number is 615-236-9960 for Contours. Again, you can lose a couple of inches across the middle. I did. Chad Benson did as well. Taking advantage of Contours red light technology, it is cutting edge, incredibly unique, and also effective. As a matter of fact, folks have been coming from all across Middle Tennessee to check them out. You can go to their website and see how their Belly Buster therapy featuring red light technology actually works. Now, their website is contoursllc.com. That's contoursllc.com. And remember, the first 10 callers right now, $99, 615-236-9960. That is a huge savings. Contoursllc.com. All you've got to lose is inches. Dan here for Stoltzco, a great Tennessee company. They do continue to grow and expand. They do build pole barns, and these pole barns can serve as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, even barn dominiums. You can live in these pole barns from Stoltzco, and these days they are new and improved. They're now offering you turnkey options. Now, that means that they handle the design, the construction, and the amazing finishing touches. So you turn the key and you're home. Now, your new pole barn from Stoltzco can be used, again, for anything. So if you have some land that needs a building for whatever you want, call my friends at Stoltzco at 615-622-5992. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook to see examples of their incredible work around Middle Tennessee, stoltzco.com.
Okay, they're still working that scene this morning under the overpass on 40 westbound. It's the Elm Hill Pike overpass. That's where a truck hauling cars got stuck under the overpass. The left lane is blocked off by it. You've also got bridge inspectors on the scene. Lots of folks out there, and it's very, very slow heading up 24 and on 40 westbound. Quite a mess this morning. If you're in Nashville, Lebanon Pike, east of Spence Lane, there's a crash involving injuries. Antioch on Murfreesboro Pike at Summercrest Boulevard, also the scene of an accident. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, 737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Your calls in this segment, 615-737-9986. Somebody asked, because I've been asking folks to go ahead and tweet out, post, social media, wherever you do your social media, post videos of Charlie Kirk's messages, because his messages are timeless and his message must live on. And somebody asked me to go ahead and play mine that I posted on the radio. So this is the one that I posted yesterday. If you want to just follow me and repost mine, share mine, feel free. But I would love for you to get as many messages out as you can from Charlie Kirk.
Are you a Christian by any chance?
Very, very much so.
Like, why is that exactly?
Jesus saved my life. I'm a sinner, gave my life to Christ, most important decision I ever made.
So you believe the Bible is real?
Yes, I believe the Bible is true and real. Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, I could give you the technical answer. There's never been an archaeological discovery that has contradicted the truth of the Bible. And then, of course, the wisdom. There's not a truth of the Bible that if you apply to your life does not improve dramatically. And then finally, we have the most accurate and transparent, historically robust account that one can have of the most important figure ever to live in the history of the world, Jesus of Nazareth. And the resurrection is the pinpoint of my belief that Jesus did rise from the grave so that we may live.
What makes Christian mythology real?
So that's not mythology, but that is theology. If Genesis 1:1 and the resurrection is true, anything in the Bible is possible. You're looking at the greatest miracle. The greatest miracle is creation. And then the fact that Jesus rose from the dead. And I say, how do you know that Jesus rose from the dead? Well, show me another historical piece of a story where so many people willingly died a brutal death for a lie. Every single person around him had everything to lose, and yet they went to the absolute death, from Paul to Peter to the half-brother of James, saying that Jesus is Lord, Jesus rose from the dead. Not to mention, if you were going to fake a story, you would not use female witnesses in the ancient world. In the scriptures, it said that the women were the first one to see Jesus Christ. If you're trying to fake a story, you would never do that. Not to mention the 500 people that saw Jesus after he rose from the dead, and then the later church that lived under persecution under the belief that Jesus Christ was the Son of God.
So that is what I posted, and just an incredible debate. And again,
that's a good one.
Yeah, and I can't say it enough. All the videos are out there, man, and they are incredible. And I'm, Joan, to be perfectly honest, I'm discovering some videos that I actually had not seen yet. So I, like many other Americans, continue to learn and will continue to learn from Charlie Kirk. I want to get to Bobby Petray. Tennessee Eagle Forum. Bobby, you are, I mean, I don't want to, kiss your tail too much, but I mean, when we talk about conservatism in the state of Tennessee, you are one of the top. And certainly in my book, I have so much respect for you leading the Tennessee Eagle Forum. Talk about how you're feeling, Bobby Petray, this morning.
Well, like my heart had been jerked out of my body when I first heard what had happened. But, you know, as I have looked at it last night and this morning, and it's interesting that you talk about that video. I have one on my Facebook page. I don't know if it's the same one you've got. Jesus Saved My Life is one of his.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that while a lot of the political stuff that he did was incredible, and you think he's only 31 years old, how in the world did he get to the place in his heart and his mind at that age that he was being able to make such an impact? And I think that was all because of Jesus and his relationship with the Lord. And to say it's remarkable is just such an understatement. On August 17th, he put this out. It's all about Jesus. It's all about Jesus. And I put that on my Facebook page. And the other thing I have up there is him in heaven with Jesus' arms around him, telling that he had done a good job.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that made him, as the thing you just played, his comfort in what he was saying. There was no stress, there was no strain when he was talking politics or when he was talking about his relationship with the Lord and how he defended that. That is just, that's remarkable. There's probably a lot of preachers that can't defend that as with the comfort that Charlie, I mean, you could tell that was deep and wide in that young man's heart, and that he lived on that for a long, long time. And yes, his loss is tremendous, as everybody has been saying, but it's one of those things that when you plant that, I think we're going to see growth that we would not have gotten. Now, there's a cost to that.
Yeah.
And I can't even think about his wife and children without tears. But it's not over yet. It's not over yet. And he is our hero.
Bobby, we have so much to fight for, conservatives. And we had Congressman Tim Burchett on earlier, and he made the claim that we're losing in the colleges. I don't know. I don't know if we are or not. But what I will say is that thanks to the efforts of Charlie Kirk, we are doing a heck of a lot better in the colleges and amongst the younger voters, younger Americans, than I believe we have in many years. And so I think the important work of Turning Point and Charlie Kirk and the importance of the Tennessee Eagle Forum, I think organizations like yours do wonders to spread the conservative word. Real quickly, Bobby Petray, what can people learn from the Tennessee Eagle Forum? What are you folks doing to spread the message?
Well, one of the things that has happened this year is I've been with Eagle Forum for 50 years.
Wow. Congratulations. That's amazing.
And when I say that, it doesn't compute. I started, and I've been down at the Capitol for 38 years. I started in Alabama, then Kentucky, and then here. And we are conservative. We support the conservative issues and try to get people involved in what they're doing. We've got a foundation now, which we're going to be using for training people and teaching people. But one of the things that I don't want you to miss is we've got a Student Eagle organization. And that's one of the things that our leader, Francis, does incredible work with our young people to teach them about, and these are high school young people, and take them to the legislature, and they get to work with spend a day with a legislator. And the way they get there is they have to read every bill that legislator has filed and know about the committees that legislator serves on, and it gives them incredible information about that. And our Student Eagles are well trained to go away from high school and be prepared for what they're going to face in the world. And we are very, 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 very proud of that. And we're very proud of the people right now. We're expanding Eagle Forum, and we would like to have other people involved. And we've got a website, Eagle Forum, that people can go to and can register to get our information. And thank you for having me. I can just say what everybody else is saying. This is an awful thing but I do believe ultimately God is going to use it for His good.
Thank you, Bobby. As always, inspirational, and I love talking to you. And you've got an open line anytime, and I appreciate your insight. All right, your call's coming up next at 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Christy O'Brien.
7:45 on WTN. And real quickly, before we, Joan, you and Sam are working furiously behind the scenes. We have some information. Apparently, the gun has been found.
Yeah, Steven Crowder shared this to his Twitter. It appears to be from a Teams call directly from the Department of Justice going into yesterday's incident with Charlie Kirk. The suspect fired one shot from an elevated position on a rooftop in an adjacent building on the campus, and surveillance video shows the suspect jumping off and fleeing the area on foot. ATF and other law enforcement located an older model imported Mauser 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel in a wooded area near the campus. The location of the firearm appears to match the suspect's route of travel. The spent cartridge was still chambered in addition to 3 unspent rounds in the top-fed magazine. All cartridges have engraved wording on them expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. An emergency trace has been submitted, and ATF SLC is working leads generated by the trace. The firearm and ammunition have been taken by the FBI for DNA analysis and fingerprint impressions.
Now, that source, by the way, is Crowder. I love him, but we have to temper. You know, he's a terrific guy and a conservative guy, but we have to temper that we don't know this as fact yet from the FBI.
True.
So we'll continue to talk about that, and we'll continue to follow it, because the what is scrawled on the gun, that is now become something that these crazed people do. And so we'll wait to see what the ATF says and the investigation says.
He says that is in an email from an officer at the ATF.
Okay. Lamont is in Nashville on WTN. Lamont, thanks for calling in. Go ahead.
No, I won't take too much time. When I saw that yesterday, it really hurt me, man. I was a huge fan of Charlie Kirk, man. I want to believe that we will heal from this type of thing, but part of me believes it's going to get worse before it gets better. Like I said, I respected Charlie Kirk. This is a man that will come directly to your face, look you right in your eye, and debate with you how we should debate with other men. I may not agree with you, I may disagree, but it takes a real man to sit down and, hey, let me tell you my ideals and why I believe them, and try to convert you to at least to understand where he's coming from. So that's why I became a huge fan of him. I used to watch him on YouTube, and I don't lie, it sucks. I mean, because a lot of guys told me about it yesterday, and I was like, oh, it's going to be okay. And then one of my coworkers showed me the video, and I was like, oh, my God, man. Like, I lost all hope when I saw the video. I was like, you know what I mean?
Well,
I wanted to believe. Like I said, my heart goes out to his family.
Absolutely. Lamont, here's a couple of things that I would say. Number one, I bet you share my enthusiasm for Charlie Kirk, because he was tough. He was a debater, but he also had empathy for those that clearly may have been having a challenge in their life. He also showed empathy towards those people, which I believe is part of Christianity too.
I agree.
But listen, don't lose hope, Lamont, because his message and the message of conservatism and our message and your message, Lamont, continues. So please do what I've asked folks to do, and that is go on social media, find your favorite videos from Charlie Kirk, and share them to your social media, and ask your friends to share them as well. Flood the feed is what I'm asking folks to do. And thank you for calling, Lamont. This is Marty in Murfreesboro on WTN. Hey, Marty.
Hey, Dan. How are you? Thanks for having me on. 2 quick things really fast. I think we all love Charlie Kirk because he was the voice that we couldn't be because of the fear that we had of speaking up, because overall all this stuff with the vaccine and everything, we all repressed. So Charlie came in and he was that voice. Charlie saved 3. I have 4 daughters. So 3 of those daughters went from being like almost the left side, and they moved over to the right side because of people like Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens. I know she's had issues in the past, now in the future, but those kind of people, those young people, were the ones that brought them over. And last night I said the same thing you just said now. I was watching social media, and the thing that struck me is the amount of people that were using snippets again of words that Charlie said to justify his being killed. So what you said is what I said last night. I told my daughters and my friends, post everything you can about Charlie Kirk so that all the words that Charlie said are revealed instead of snippets that they're going to use as hatred. And the one gentleman that was just on, I just want him to know that fear is not my future right now, and it should not be anybody's future right now. If you're a conservative, you should be strong in Jesus, and you should move forward. And I just appreciate the time you gave me to speak on this.
All right, Marty, thank you very much for the call. Yeah, we had some great callers in the 5 o'clock hour, too. I have never been more motivated to spread the gospel of Jesus and the gospel of conservatism, because Charlie Kirk, listening to his messages and his teachings really is motivating. And for me, this is something that I do feel very strongly about, which is sharing his message, because I truly believe, and just heard him say that Charlie's messages helped 3 of his daughters go from the left to the right side. And I think that those messages can continue to influence people because Charlie Kirk's messages are timeless and they're all there for you to share. So do what I did and start sharing his messages on your socials. This is Jacob in Perry County on WTN. Hey, Jacob.
Hey, Dan. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I'm a first-time caller. I enjoy listening to your show. But yeah, just thank you so much for that clip you just played a minute ago of Charlie, and I think that kind of encapsulates like the very core of what he believed was his belief in Christ, and I'm also a Christian believer. And one thing that kind of stuck out to me, and it sticks out to me, I talk with my friends and family, and anytime you see these horrific things going on, whether it's 9/11 or these shootings, it reminds me of the words of Christ. He said, the thief is not come but for to steal and to kill and to destroy. And he was talking about Satan when he said that. And so whenever you see, he also said that Satan was a liar, and from the beginning he's the father of lies. So whenever you see lying, killing, destroying, stealing, you know who's ultimately behind it. This is a spiritual warfare we're in. It doesn't just go, it's not party deep. It doesn't stop at politics. It's a spiritual warfare. It's God against Satan. It's Christians against non-Christians, and so that's where it starts. But like Christ said, he said, if we're Christians and we believe He's coming back one day, He said, "Occupy till I come." And occupy was a military term meaning to gain ground, to hold your ground, to take more ground, to keep on fighting. And as I've been hearing since yesterday and all through your show today, we shouldn't give up. This is a time to continue the fight and stand up for God, and it just emboldens me even more to want to share the message of Christ and conservatism and.
Well, Jacob, you're right, and that's a great word right now to utilize. Emboldened. I'm inspired. I'm emboldened, and I am more enthusiastic than ever about my conservatism, my belief in conservative values, the Constitution, and God, and I'm going to continue to do what I do. And Jacob, absolutely, you should continue to do the same thing. Go on the socials and share those videos. Gary, real quick, is in Greenbrier on WTN. Hey, Gary.
Hey, thank you. Listen, it hit me pretty hard yesterday. It's so unique right now. His death has brought life to this country in terms of renewal and excitement to stand our ground and to move forward. And as this last gentleman said, gain ground, hold ground. This professional has just ignited me. And, I'm retired military, so this doesn't scare me. It's unfortunate, it's terrible, it's horrible, it's evil. But
it motivates you. It motivates you, right, Gary?
That's it. His death has brought life to all of us, and now the real resistance is taking off. And one thing, I'm an expert rifleman, expert in weapons. That rifle in particular, if this is true, there are several types of Mausers made ever since the Germans produced them, and then other countries do too, and the Czechoslovakians and all. But that, if it's a .308 caliber, that's really 7.62 by, I think, 4.1. Can't remember. That's a specialty sniper rifle.
Well, there's people, Gary, and I appreciate it. There are people that are saying this was a professional hit. I mean, I don't think that's any secret that this looks like a professional hit. We're going to let the investigation carry on. I got one. I know I'm running late, guys. I know, but Josh has been holding on. So, Josh, real quick from Columbia, go ahead, friend.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I understand that everyone wants to be emboldened and such right now. I just don't have the patience for that. God says that vengeance and revenge is his alone. I have to, by nothing else, just be disciplined to know that that is true. But that doesn't mean I don't want my pound of flesh. We have been called the worst things publicly for years and years. We have been split apart in our families. We've lost friends. We've been fired from jobs. We've had a number of struggles that we've had to face that we didn't invite on ourselves. And now that something like this has happened, I do want my pound of flesh. I want there to be a reckoning on such a scale. I highly doubt that we'll ever be able to see it, at least to the extent that I'm hoping for.
Well, Josh,
is that somebody's going to retaliate.
Right, Josh. Here's what I would say. I don't know what pound of flesh means to you, but what I would say is we don't recommend violence. I certainly don't recommend violence for a number of different reasons, but main one, Josh, is that we are better than that. We beat them with ideas. We beat them in debate, which is why they did what they did to Charlie Kirk. I don't want to stoop down to their level. I think that we as conservatives, we do have the truth and God on our side, and that is what we need to win the eventual culture war here in America. And Josh, I appreciate the call very much. It is 7:58, running late. Sorry. News with Joan is coming up next on WTN.
Good morning. It's now 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We still have that truck that is stuck this morning. It's under I-40, the Elm Hill Pike overpass. The truck hauling a car got stuck under the overpass there. It is still stuck. It is still a mess on 24 westbound and on 40 westbound this morning. Now 65 is backing up as well. The two people who were detained and questioned about the assassination of Charlie Kirk have been released as the FBI and Utah police continue their search. Former FBI agent Stuart Kaplan tells Fox News he thinks this killer was no regular Joe.
There is a degree of expertise. There is no doubt in my mind this person is to some extent a professional. This was a professional hit. By all accounts, especially by the fact that he had an opportunity to discharge that weapon multiple times randomly, but he chose to stay on target.
Meantime, Charlie Kirk and his wife Erica were scheduled to speak at an event at World Outreach Church in Murfreesboro next weekend, the Culture and Christianity Conference. Pastor Alan Jackson on X calling Kirk a bold truth teller, brother in Christ, and friend. MTSU's assistant dean of students fired for her Facebook comments about Charlie Kirk. Laura Sash Lighty posted this, quote, "Looks like old Charlie spoke his fate into existence. Hate begets hate, zero empathy," end quote. The university announced her firing last night. On this day, marking 24 years since 9/11, a solemn ceremony is taking place right now in New York City. Our ceremony is taking place at the Pentagon and in Shanksville, Pennsylvania this morning as well. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Think of Joan, 8:03, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Let me tell you about Xfinity Internet. Now, you can stay connected with Wi-Fi coverage that delivers the speed your devices need. Now, I've been a customer for years of Xfinity, and that's why I endorse them so proudly. They feature 24/7 customer service here for you whenever you need it with in-home Wi-Fi support, and you can get the best Wi-Fi for your home. Now, you use the Xfinity app to pause Wi-Fi to disconnect for a while, set family-safe browsing, and a whole lot more. Xfinity is here for you and your family. To get started, call them, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today. The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. Again, to get started, it's Xfinity.com, or stop by an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming. Dan here for Window Nation. Listen, we're getting into the colder weather, friends, like it or not. And so if you've got some of those old drafty windows, maybe cheap builder grade windows, right now is the best time to replace your windows. That's right. With my friends at Window Nation, they've put 4 windows in my home, including 2 in my downstairs basement studio. Now, Window Nation knows that replacing windows is indeed an investment, and they want to make it affordable for you. They've got a great deal going on right now. Save big here in the month of September. You buy 2 windows. You're going to get 2 absolutely free. Make no payments for 2 years. You're not going to have to deal with monthly payments, a down payment, or interest until 2027. I'm going to repeat that because it is a great deal. Their best deal, actually. Buy 2 windows. You get 2 free. Make no payments for 2 years. So no monthly payments, no down payments, no interest until 2027. They've got an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and yours truly. They've got over 45,000 five-star reviews. This sale is going to end on September 30th. Schedule a fast and free estimate right now with the pros at Window Nation. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. Dan here for Zentex. You know, your bathroom is one of the biggest selling points when it comes to getting your home sold. And my friends at Zentex, they can help you with a huge upgrade and a special price and offer just for my listeners. Now, you can upgrade your bathtub into a walk-in shower with grab bars and a bench seat from Zentex. This can help make the older folks in your life easier. And a bathtub redesign can make your bathroom look spectacular. Now, let me tell you something, a little bit about Zentex. Family owned and operated for 25 years. They were the 2022 winner of the Better Business Bureau Torch Awards for Ethics. This is one of many reasons why I put my trust behind Zentex. Now, your work is going to be done in a day or less. And right now, a great offer for my listeners. You mentioned WTN, you get a free Kohler toilet and get $999 off your bathroom project, or enjoy no interest for 2 years, whatever works best for you. Find them online, Zintex, Zentex.com. .808 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and appreciate you listening to Super Talk. Now, Joan and Sam, have you heard the back and forth? You know, people are calling for the head of Van Jones over there at CNN. Have you seen all the back and forth that was going on between Van Jones and Charlie Kirk in the days before the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Have you heard about that?
Van Jones was calling him a racist. Yes.
So I'm going to play some of this back and forth.
Yeah.
Van Jones is a moron, but okay.
Well, listen, I think we all know that Van Jones is a moron. But, you know, one of the things that when these things happen, when somebody is assassinated, and then you see what some of the anger and the vitriol was on the other side, you immediately start talking about, okay, well, what led to this? And Donald Trump, I played the statement of Donald Trump from the Oval Office in the previous hour. And I like what the president had to say about how our side, we've been called every name in the book. I mean, we talk about this all the time, so I don't want to belabor the point. Racist, Nazi, Hitler. I mean, it goes on. And even with some of the media coverage this morning on the assassination of Charlie Kirk, you have people talking about how controversial he was. And, you know, stating an opinion here in America should not be controversial, and you certainly shouldn't lose your life for it. But there's a lot going on in the days before this assassination yesterday. It was a big-time war of words between Charlie Kirk and Van Jones that does have many demanding that Jones be fired from CNN. And they got into it over the murder of the Ukrainian refugee stabbed in Charlotte. Charlie Kirk's initial comments, the video that you're going to see and hear is Charlie Kirk's initial comments followed by Van Jones, okay? And then back to Charlie Kirk in his response to what Van Jones had to say. I need a video here if I could. This is Charlie Kirk on the murder of Irina Sarutska.
The narrative that they have pushed forward in the last 10 years is that there is a relentless assault against black people on behalf of white people. And the data does not show that. In fact, it's the exact opposite. White individuals are actually more likely to be attacked, especially even per capita, by black individuals in this country.
People like Charlie Kirk, Van, they've been looking for opportunities to make this some sort of like reciprocal George Floyd situation. And that's the part that I think he's almost giving away the game. And it's sad to see a lot of people going along with it.
We don't know why that man did what he did.
What?
And for Charlie Kirk to say, we know he did it because she's white, when there's no evidence of that, it's just pure race mongering, hate mongering. It's wrong.
All right, so we know that DeCarlos, what was his name? DeCarlos Brown Jr. We know that he said, we played it on the air.
I got that white girl.
I got that white girl. That's what he said. And so I don't know when this comment that Van Jones was made, if it was maybe before we found out what he said. But, for me, there's absolutely nothing controversial about what Charlie Kirk said about the murder of this poor woman. And certainly knowing as he was walking out of the train that he said what we all guessed, that this was racially motivated. I mean, there's no other way to say it. Now, if these folks on the left, if they refuse to acknowledge what we all knew, well, then that's their own unwillingness to look at things that we have to deal with in our society. There's nothing hate-mongering about what Charlie Kirk said. He is, in my opinion, stating the obvious. So, as usual, Van Jones, uneducated in his response. Here's a little bit more.
It's about the fact that we don't know how to deal with people who are hurting in the way this man was hurting. Hurt people hurt people.
Charlie Kirk, your response.
Race hustler, Marxist, Van Jones. When a white person is murdered, we don't burn down the country. But when George Floyd overdosed on drugs, it's Floydapalooza. Van Jones, he puts race in almost every situation where it doesn't exist. For example, with the death of George Floyd, Van Jones repeatedly said that it was a racist attack. You know who didn't say that? Keith Ellison, who is the Attorney General of Minnesota at the time, said that race did not play any role in the actions that happened with George Floyd's death. All of a sudden, when we make the left live up to their own standard of rules, there is complete silence by the entire American media. And then Van Jones goes on television and calls me a race hustler for even calling out the facts and the specifics around this case. Van Jones, he wants to keep on trying to find racial motives that don't exist, and he ignores them when they're in broad daylight in front of him on recorded video and a horrendous attack such as this. The media doesn't care about this, and we should start asking why.
There you go. I mean, listen, that was from the Daily Caller, but that's kind of that's what happened between he and Van Jones. So now people are calling Van Jones for Van Jones to be fired. And
100%. The guy's got no integrity.
Van Jones?
I mean, no. for him to make one, okay, look, before the video comes out, I get it. It's one thing. But it is audible to anyone with ears that was what was uttered after the stabbing. So,
but they don't want you to know. I'm not talking about you, but I mean,
proverbial third person you.
Yeah, they don't want people to know that this was race motivated. They don't. They want to talk about, mental illness and all of those other things, which there's a place in that conversation too. But when the murderer himself talks about how he got that white girl, then I don't know what else to tell you. And so the left, they're always talking about race. They're always talking about, racial issues in America until it's not convenient for their own side. But, with Charlie Kirk, and this is what I've learned about him over the years, is that it was always a great conversation. It was always a great and respectful debate. And one of the things that I believe that we all have to do is that we have to know that we don't want to sink down to the level of the left, which is, they keep, of course, as I mentioned before, they keep calling us Hitler, Nazis, racist, the whole thing. And honest to goodness, some of the comments yesterday, and we were talking about this before, some of the comments on the left after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, they were horrendous.
Who was that clown suggesting that it could have been a supporter's gun that was fired?
That was a guy on MSNBC.
Who needs to be shut down as far as I'm concerned. They're complicit at what happened with the rhetoric that they use.
So let me play, after the traffic, I'm going to get to a couple of things just real quick, because I think that, there were a couple of things that happened on MSNBC that were just ridiculous. And we're going to get to that coming up on Super Talk. Time to check the roads. As far as your weather goes, it's going to be a nice day today. It is going to be hot. It's going to be partly sunny and warm, a high of 90, feeling like 95. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, Joan, there was so much stupidity yesterday that I had a hard time keeping up with it all. This was a guy by the name of, I think, is it Matthew Dowd? Matthew Dowd.
Yes. Ugh.
Over on MSNBC. And he actually got fired for this comment that he made about Charlie Kirk.
But following up what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
Blaming Charlie Kirk for his own assassination.
Would that not be similar to saying she was asking for it based on her apparel?
Yeah.
Is that not an equivalent in this
Seems
aspect?
like it.
What a clown.
Now, MSNBC, well, you know what? In situations like this, where you see, you know, obviously the assassination of Charlie Kirk, what this ultimately does is it opens up a forum for the foolish to sound like fools. And Matthew Dowd ultimately ended up getting fired. MSNBC put out this note, MSNBC Public Relations, saying that during our breaking news coverage of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dowd made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. We apologize for his statements as has he. There's no place for violence in America, political or otherwise, and Matthew Dowd has been fired. Let's also not lose sight that today is 9/11. 24 years ago, you folks know, if you've been a longtime listener to the show and to the station, you know that I was in New York on 9/11, and I saw some horrific things when I was in New York on 9/11. And so I don't really feel like I want to go through the same story again and again. If you're new to the program, I was in New York, 9/11, and I saw horrible things, including the second plane going in, people falling from buildings. It is something that I will never forget. But what that really did teach me here 24 years on from 9/11 of 2001 is it taught me the value of life. And it taught me that, as Chris says all the time, you know, not all heroes wear capes. You know, you saw people going into the burning buildings to rescue firefighters and the like, going in to rescue as many people as they possibly could. And one of the things that I focused on in the days following 9/11, I spoke a lot about the heroes of that day and how horrific, obviously, it was. But I try to, in these times of trouble and despair, I do try to focus as best as I can on the good. Because I could sit here and I could have spent the whole 3 hours talking about the really dumb things that people said either on social media or whatever. But to be honest, I haven't. I want to talk about Charlie Kirk and how he as well is a hero. He's a martyr and his words will live on. And one of the things that I keep asking people to do, follow me on X at Dan Mandis Show, follow me. And I posted just in the last few hours a lot of video of Charlie Kirk, a lot of video of him showing empathy. And this is, and you know what the problem is with Charlie Kirk and all of these videos is that there's so many incredible moments that he had with people who went to his, I don't know, do you call them rallies? I don't know what you call them.
Public speaking events.
Public speaking events, town halls.
Yeah. Open forum discussions.
Open forum discussions. And so coming up, I'm going to play another one of my favorites. And again, I've monologued this to death today, but I got to tell you that there's so many videos I want you to share. There's so many videos that I want you to share with friends, family, your followers on the social media as well. Oh, Joan's got breaking news? Okay, go ahead. Joan, what do we got?
Well, I just want to let you know I am watching right now an update from officials in Utah on the shooting of Charlie Kirk, and they say they have recovered a weapon, a bolt-action rifle. They have footprints. They have arm prints and fingerprints that they're sending out for analysis, and they feel very sure that they are going to be able to capture this person.
Did they say anything about riding on the...
They did not. Not at this point. Now, at this point, I'm just watching, and I can't really hear what they're saying, and I'll go back and listen. But I believe that reporters are going to be questioning the gentlemen that are on the screen right now. One of them is Robert Bowles. He's the Salt Lake City field office for the FBI. So we do know, once again, that it's a high-powered rifle recovered after the shooting, and they have sent it out for analysis and for fingerprinting. They've got a shoe print. They've got some arm prints.
It's a massive manhunt.
Yes.
A massive manhunt. And they'll get him.
They're asking people in that area for their Ring Bell cameras footage as well to see if they can spot this person running.
It looks like they're... Can we take this live? You want to take this live?
It might be a great idea. I could do it right here.
Yeah, go ahead, pull it up.
Okay.
They believe a high-powered rifle, footwear imprints, forearm
Okay, so they've gone back to...
CNN went to...
they went right back to... It's NBC that I'm watching now.
Try to turn to CNN. This is why I wish that I could control the TV in here.
All right.
Because I'd be able to do this on my own. Memo to engineering. But yeah, if you guys could bring up CNN.
You know what? Fox News has it on. Let me
go ahead.
pull
Bring
up
that
Fox
up.
News right here.
Details right now, and we will soon. But right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
This is Bo Mason speaking right now from the Utah Department of Public Safety.
The gun in a wooded area. Do you believe that the suspect could be hiding in the woods, and is that suspect possibly still in this area?
So that's a good question, and it's a question that goes to the safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We've walked through those woods and secured it. As to the community, I can tell you that this was a targeted event. We don't believe that the community is at risk. However, we are exhausting every resource to find him, and we will do so.
Special Agent Bowles, with the BBC, from the images you have, can you see clearly the suspect's face? You say he's college age. Do you believe he was from this university? And how far do you think he may have gone in this time frame?
So I can't comment specifically on his face or any details such as that, as it's continuing to be a part of the investigation, and again, we'll release that shortly. However, we're doing everything we can to find him, and we're not sure how far he has gone yet, but we will do our best.
But you have a clear image of his face?
We have images of the suspect.
Did you trace the gun's owner?
That you've been able to recover, do you believe you know this person is the person?
This again is the FBI agent answering questions.
Again, as part of the investigation, we're not releasing any details such as that right
Any
now.
fingerprints or DNA?
We are exhausting all of our resources to be able to collect those, but that's again part of the investigation.
Have you been able to trace back the owner of the gun?
Excuse me?
You said you found the weapon. Have you been able to trace back the owner of that weapon or who purchased it?
We are working on that, but again, part of the investigation that I can't release.
Agent Bowles, there's been a lot of turnover at the FBI. Do you think that's impacting the investigation?
Not at all. We've got complete and total support from everyone, from the director on down, and it's been an incredible supportive environment so far.
After you tried one yesterday, where we announced the suspect.
All I can say is that we're working the investigation the best we have with the environment we're given. So,
Those
thank
are all
you.
the questions for right now. Thank you, everybody.
All right, is that it?
It appears that, yes, they're walking off the stage at the moment.
So did they not give a description of the guy?
They did not. They said they do have images of his face and that he appears to be a college-age person, but they wouldn't say whether that person was from right there in that college community or not.
Well, that doesn't make any... Why would they not give... I mean, they're asking people to check their ring cams.
Yeah.
Why would they not give a description as to what the person looks like?
They probably don't want anybody helping him get away at this point.
You think?
I would, for something like this and the way that we have seen the vitriol on the other side and their reaction, I would anticipate that there would be sympathizers willing to house this individual and keep him away from the search parties.
You know, based on what I've seen over the years, that actually would not surprise me.
Mm-hmm.
Some people are saying that the guy got away on a motorcycle. I don't know if that's true. Some people are also saying on the super text line that, because we've been talking about, we mentioned it briefly, about how people are saying this looks like a professional hit.
Yes.
And people are saying, well, if it was a professional, then he wouldn't have left so much behind. You know what I mean? Like fingerprints and all that.
And if it was a professional, I would just say that there would have been a suppressor on the end of that rifle, silencing how loud it was. So it would be harder to tell the direction.
There's no average Joe that's going to take a hit from 200 yards and hit somebody in their jugular vein. Not a chance. That was not a random hit.
I don't know about professional, but you know, if you're aiming for the head at 200 yards, it's going to drop and hit the neck. And there was next to no wind out there.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the gentleman that took a shot at Trump. You know, it's not as hard as people think, sadly.
Yeah. How far, do you remember how far, Joan and Sam, how far was that shot from Trump?
100 yards, right?
100 yards?
Yeah.
Okay. Because 100 yards, you know, people said, and I don't, whatever, but I mean, people said that's not really that far.
Yeah, and this was 200.
So is 200 yards considered a long shot from an elevated roof?
I would, as someone that's grown up around firearms and grown up with instruction and safety on how to handle them,
yeah,
I would tend to say no. A rifle like the one that they are alleging, that they have in their possession right now, is probably maxed out at around 500 to 700. Something similar, in the American-made side would be closer to 800 to 1,000. That's where you're talking skilled marksmen that were trained by the military.
Well,
the angle, however, I've heard a lot of discussion about the angle. So the gunman is up much higher.
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk has the cover over him from that tent. So it's unclear whether that person who's up on the roof has a clear shot of, clearly he doesn't have his head in focus. So, they're pointing down.
Yeah. I heard John Solomon say last night that John Solomon, great investigative journalist.
Yes.
One of the things that he said was that the bullet ricocheted off of a bulletproof vest and bounced up and hit Charlie Kirk in that vein, that jugular. Was it jugular vein? Is that what you're saying?
It looked, I'm no doctor,
Yeah,
but
neither
it
am I.
looked to me like it was the jugular. I watched, unfortunately, and I can't unsee it now, the close-up video of where it hit him.
Yeah.
It wasn't a nick.
No, I can't unsee it either. And folks, if you've got a weak stomach, just stay away from I think like 4 or 5 seconds, and it just all across the internet. It just bounced all over the place, and so it was on a reel, I think, and I just was on my phone, and boom, there it was, and so
Somebody said carotid artery, could be.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it was clear. It was clear to me, and I said to my husband right after I watched that, I said, Charlie Kirk was dead before he hit the ground.
Yeah.
That was devastating. That one shot was devastating.
Oh, yeah. 6564 says, as an avid hunter, 200 yards is not really that much of a shot, that tough of a shot. But, for a regular person like me, I mean, it would be. So this is obviously somebody who had a lot of experience with guns, clearly. And So they'll just continue to do the investigation. And I don't know. Do you think they're going to find this guy? Do you think
They're saying the words that FBI agent used was that they have very good video.
Yeah.
So I think they know. I think they know who it is.
And it sounds like they've probably got some DNA evidence.
Oh, yeah.
It's probably on that gun.
Yes.
So we'll have to, obviously this is going to be going on all day. So we'll continue to cover it for you. So basically, Joan, what we've done the newscast.
We certainly have.
Yeah. So now what I'm going to do, Mason is here, Mason, because we took the press conference, we're going to do some business. I'm going to start out with a commercial for Generator Supercenter. Then we'll go into the other commercials. All right. So 8:32, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. You know, the weather in Middle Tennessee can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. Now, they are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. So if the power goes out in your neighborhood, well, my friends at the Generator Supercenter are going to turn your power back on. Financing is available, and no, they're not going to leave you in the dark. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out at 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952, Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com.
Now, before you ask, I definitely voted for this.
Okay. They didn't take Reese's or food stamps no more, no candy. So they went live when they said they're going to take out all the snacks. They're taking away all the snacks on EBT. What's the point of having it?
God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds.
Go on, get your butt to work if you want to get some fudge rounds. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
The Reese, they didn't take the Reese off. Food stamps is boring right now.
All right, so anyway, Canada.
In the unlikely event that you find yourself the victim of a home invasion, we are urging citizens not to take matters into their own hands. But don't engage unless absolutely necessary.
Is that so? Don't take matters into your own hands? Bro, they're in my living room.
We urge you to call 911 and do everything you can to keep yourself and loved ones safe until police arrive, and be the best witness possible.
Oh, be the best witness possible as your wife is being beaten by home invaders. You're being tied up. Just call Lee, chip in, and be a great witness. Superman, and then, you got Bizarro. In Florida, they're like, we're going to shoot you stone cold dead. This is Bizarro, Florida. Is that what Ontario is?
It's close enough.
Speaking of Murphy Show, I've got a great, Joan, and I've been telling myself I wanted to play this. He had an incredible call yesterday in the hours after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I'm going to replay that phone call because Matt kind of sort of started something, and we're going to talk about that coming up here on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here from my friends at DT McCall's, a great Tennessee company. They are here for their fellow Tennesseans. Great prices, selection, and value. Now, I've been telling you for years about DT McCall's. They have been helping people out for 3 generations, and if you need it, they've got it at DT McCall's. Indoor furniture. If you've got a room to fill, go to DT McCall's. If you need something that plugs in, if you need an appliance, they've got it. They've always got specials going on to save you money as well at DT McCall's. Now, right there on the front page of their website, they do have specials on furniture and appliances as well. Check them out, dtmccalls.com. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. 8:41, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, wrapping up the broadcast. So, Joan, I think that it's been a great show. We had some fantastic calls earlier in the broadcast. I've also been playing a lot of Charlie Kirk audio over the last 3 hours and 40 minutes or so, and had a great interview with Congressman Tim Burchett, and he had a lot of great things to say as well. I want to play this phone call that Murphy Show had yesterday in the hours after Charlie Kirk had been assassinated. It was from a young man, sounds like he's about, I think, 23, 24 years old, and Matt gave him some incredible counseling, and I feel like it deserves to be highlighted, obviously, on the afternoon show when it happened, but also here on the morning show, because I thought that Matt did an outstanding job. Listen.
Nicholas is next. Hello, sir.
Yeah. I'm a young conservative. I'm 24, and I'm sitting here in the car, and I don't know what to do with myself. I feel like we're just. I feel like there's one option. I don't think I can say it on the air, but I don't know where we go from here. Besides, it's the only thing I can think of.
Nicholas, I don't know what you're talking about, but I will say this: that violence is not where we need to go. That's what the scumbags are doing. We win in the arena of ideas. We win by forcefully and proudly communicating our belief in this country, like Charlie did. We win by honoring his memory in that way. That's my opinion.
The only thing I have to say about that is that they keep getting away with stuff like this all the time. We arrest the one person that did it, and we do that, but the people that celebrate what happened to him, he's really the one that brought me into the movement, which is why this really bothered. This really hit me. I don't think they should be able to get away with. I mean, it's free speech. They could say that, but I don't know. This is a hard thing to take. This is a hard thing to take.
I hear you, brother. I wish I had the words to say something that would make your pain go away. I don't pretend to, Nicholas. I wish I did. I feel you, and I understand. What I hear in your voice, and tell me if I'm hearing it wrong, is you're disillusioned.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. I really don't. I can't. I'm a Christian. I can't imagine. Just because you disagree with somebody, I can't imagine doing that to somebody.
Well, we cannot go down that road where we respond to violence with violence. And I know that's emotionally, that's where I first went. I'm like, I said a lot of things that I can't say on the radio, right?
Right.
And you recognize that's not what Charlie stood for. He stood for an end to the violence. I mean, what I posted on my X page at Matt Murphy Show, one of the last posts that Charlie made was of that young lady in Charlotte, North Carolina, the fear on her face. And his post said simply, "America will never be the same." And that was 16 hours ago that he posted that. And I said, Charlie's now gone, and I think this is a change in America. This is a moment that we have as an opportunity, and we should not lose it through the emotional pull toward lashing back out at those that have done this to us.
I understand.
But here's what I will leave you with, Nicholas, and not to get, and I know we got to get to news, Ken, and I apologize, but Nicholas, here's what I will leave it with. Here's what I would say. You said you're 24 years old?
Yeah.
Nicholas, you are Charlie Kirk. You are Charlie Kirk. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Honor that. Honor that. Thank you.
I mean, just an amazing conversation between Matt and caller Nicholas.
And the emotion in his voice.
The emotion in his voice. We had a few of those this morning as well, Joan. And I know that, and people earlier, I had somebody call, and I forget exactly what he said, but he was sort of intimating about violence. And I need to echo what Matt said, which is that I know that it's unsatisfying. See, that's the problem, is that I'm like Matt, I'm right there with you. When I saw that little 4-second video, it's on the internet, where Charlie met his end, I was angry, I was upset, and I wanted that immediate gratification of just taking somebody out. Who is he? Who do I got to go get, right? But when we talk about the arena of ideas, that's how you win long term. When Matt said that Nicholas was Charlie Kirk, I am Charlie Kirk. I'm assuming what Matt means by that, it's brilliant, is that Charlie Kirk is embedded in Nicholas. And we had a couple of young people call up earlier, and they're also talking about how Charlie was such an influence on them. And they're Charlie Kirk as well, because Charlie's teachings are embedded in them, in their morality and in their character. And Charlie Kirk would be the first guy to tell you not to resort to violence. Guy said earlier, he said that he had 3 kids, I think, earlier. Right, Joan? Guy said he had 3 kids, and he felt like all is lost and society is not lost. And what I said to him was that it's not. Because in his home, he's got 3 young minds that need to be molded into what Charlie Kirk stood for and what he stood for as a young father of 3. And so I understand that at times it does feel like all is lost and society is lost and all of these other things. And I get that. I get that feeling. But here's the good news. We have all of those tapes. We have all of those social media posts. We have all of those interviews of Charlie Kirk saying incredible things that helped to mold a new generation of conservatives. And that audio, that content is never going away. And we need to make sure that it doesn't go away. We need to make sure that, yes, it is shared. It is shared a lot, and it is shared for years. And each new generation that comes up, they need to listen to those tapes as well. They need to listen to that social media. They need to listen to Charlie Kirk talking about what it takes to be a good conservative in America and where America needs to go. That's how we win hearts and change minds. That's how we do it. We don't want to stoop down to their level. And I know that there's a lot of people on the super text line right now, man. I love every single one of you. I do. And I get you want that feeling. You want that revenge, an eye for an eye, and I get it. But friends, I'm in it for the long run. Because we are engaged in a battle for the heart and soul of America. We really are. And they may have succeeded in killing the man that is Charlie Kirk. But they can't kill his ideas. They can't kill his message. They can't kill his words. And so when I was talking to this guy earlier, and I was trying to tell him, and I think he got the message, that there is so much opportunity right now to spread the message of who Charlie Kirk was and what he stood for. And we need to do that for the sake of your kids, your grandkids, my grandkids. And I'm going to be the first one to tell you that I was a little late to the party when it came to Charlie Kirk. But you know what? When I listen to the tapes of Charlie Kirk, I hear Rush Limbaugh 20, 30, 40 years ago. That's what Charlie Kirk meant to this younger generation, for you older folks. And so we need to make sure, and this is my last plea, I've been saying this all day long, been listening to me for the whole 4 hours. God love you, and thank you for that. Go to your social media, find Charlie Kirk's videos and his messages, and you share them. And if you're not on social media, get on social media and start sharing that content, because that is how we change the world. That is how we change America. That is how we win in the long run. That's what we need to do. I get it. It's not as satisfying as whatever instantaneous act that you want to do. But you got to think about the long run. It's a battle for our kids and future generations. And whether it is Charlie Kirk, whether it is all of the other conservative commentators that are out there, including right here on WTN, these are things that we need to keep an eye on, the future, because that other side, they are imploding. And us, we'll continue with the message. And by the way, speaking of the message, Joan.
Yes.
Chris Hand is coming up next.
He is.
Whew. And Chris has been through it, friends. I mean, he really has. And Chris has been through so much that when I think about what Chris has been through, because he used to work with Charlie Kirk, it brings a tear to my eye. So you want to stay close for Chris Hand. We've got a lot more straight ahead. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986. And Joan, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we're going to tell you what investigators are saying about this suspect still on the run in the killing of Charlie Kirk. That's coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thanks, Joan. 8:54, Nashville's Morning News, the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Listen, these folks helped me with my chronic back, neck, and knee pain. They can help you as well. And right now, they've got the July special going on, $12 for a comprehensive exam, x-rays if needed, well-explained diagnosis, and that first treatment. Again, all of that for only $12. Call them up at 615-246-5009 and ask for the WTN special. No surgery, no spinal injections, and no painkillers. Just a way to make you and help you feel better fast. 615-246-5009. The website, painisbad.com. Dan Mandis here, 8:57. Coming up, my final piece of audio that I'm going to play with Charlie Kirk and honoring Charlie Kirk. Dan Mandis here. Busy Bee. It is their best prices of the year event, and the savings are buzzing. Refer your neighborhood, and both of you get a $50 credit when you schedule HVAC maintenance. Celebrate National Grandparent Day all month long. If you are a Beehive member, gift a free Beehive membership to one set of grandparents. It is just our way of honoring family. And here's the big one. With any heat repair or scheduled maintenance with Busy Bee, you are going to get a free dryer vent cleaning. That's right. Protect your home and breathe easier on us at Busy Bee HVAC. Call them 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Online, busybeehvac.com. $8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN. Chris Hand is coming up next. Thank you, friends, for listening today. And I want to leave you with one final video and audio bite from Charlie Kirk talking about the spiritual battle that we are going on right now, that is going on right now in America.
And the enemies are wokeism or Marxism combining with Islamism to go after what we call the American way of life. And the American way of life is very simple. I want to be able to get married, buy a home, have kids, allow them to ride their bike till the sun goes down, send them to a good school, have a low-crime neighborhood, not to have my kid be taught the lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school, while also not having them have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. That's important. We want the American way of life, which is, by the way, Christendom. Christians, our sacrifice, our toil, our vision, the outgrowth of the scriptures gave us Western civilization. And this is where I think is a great rallying cry. Doesn't matter if you're Hispanic, doesn't matter if you're Asian, doesn't matter if you're black or white. Everybody, if you are Christian and Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, these two threats are combining forces to come after us. And it's time that the church stands and rises up against it.
Yep.